never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol canine team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Biolos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate.
just like old times. We're back in the comfy confines of the secret bunker. But what a weekend. 3 big days, Louisville, Kentucky, just like that. Here and gone, another Mid-America Truck Show in the record books. Definitely be curious to see the final tally. Attendance numbers. Friday was exceptionally busy. I think I mentioned at the time. Anybody have a job? A lot of folks actually took work off. Many drivers took off so they could spend some time there at the show Saturday, as typically the case is. Again, very, very busy. Had a good time. A lot of interviews, and could not have asked for better weather. That is for sure. And I think that played a big role in bringing a lot of folks out. Get out of the house, get out and do something. Have a good time. So here we go, underway live from the Hotshot's secret hidden bunker in Southwest Ohio. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now, aside from the pleasant weather we had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, things went downhill from there, no doubt about it. As forecasters had been highlighting for nearly a week in advance, we saw a big-time severe weather outbreak. A lot of hail, tornadoes, downed trees, folks without power. Still had nearly 500,000 waking up Monday morning without power. That system tonight is trying to make its way off the eastern seaboard, but it has not yet done so. There are heavy rains stretching from Boston to New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., most of the rains now moving off the coast of the Carolinas. I saw some strong storms rolling through the Florida region through the past day. That has now moved off the coast as well. That was a dangerous line. Couple of fatalities, actually. Numerous tornadoes, golf ball size hail. And as I mentioned, at least 2 fatalities in the central states over the weekend. One of which was a truck driver, a semi-truck driver, killed in Valparaiso, Indiana, early Sunday when heavy winds blew his vehicle over. In Oklahoma's Cherokee County, also early Sunday, a strong storm bringing a tree down onto a couple's trailer next to the Illinois River, killing a man inside there. Wind gust in the area about 50 miles per hour at the time, which doesn't seem all that excessive, but the storms, of course, impacting tens of millions of people. Stretching from Illinois and eastern Texas all the way to the East Coast between Sunday and Monday. We saw those unseasonably warm weekend temperatures colliding with a powerful cold front. Cold front, that is for sure, because we went from 70s to near 80 degrees to right now I'm seeing 40 degrees outside the secret bunker. I got up, put the short sleeve on, and said, hey, wait a minute, I need the long sleeve. Hundreds of thousands without power in the eastern half of the Midwest Monday morning. Most of the outages were Michigan, which, along with Wisconsin, had seen snow and some pretty incredible ice accumulations on power lines and trees over the weekend. The month of March, of course, which we have just wrapped up, as we are rolling into the first day of April. But March delivered an extraordinary number of tornado reports, surpassing the number from the same time last year. Now, some of the same areas struck by deadly storms earlier this month and again over the weekend. Don't let your guard down, because you may find yourself once again in harm's way. Tornadoes, of course, Sunday, Arkansas, Missouri, Michigan. Watches and warnings had been in effect overnight for parts of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. In our area, Southwest Ohio, had the tornado sirens going off 3 times within about a 30-minute period there Sunday night. Of course, the daughter and I were out trying to catch video. It was one of those situations that we did not have any rain yet. These warnings were along the leading edge of this front. as it was coming in through the day Monday. Confirmation of 3 EF0 small spin-up tornadoes were confirmed in our area. Yeah, we had a line of storms rolling through southern Missouri. A lot of lightning, rain, strong winds. We had a possible tornado damage in McEwen, Tennessee, about 50 miles west of Nashville. According to the WSMV, roof torn off at least one home there. The homeowners were indeed trapped inside but not injured, according to the sheriffs. Some of the photos out of Oklahoma City area late Saturday showed hailstones ranging from the size of a quarter to many golf ball size. Now, I said, don't let your guard down. Right on the heels of that potent storm over the weekend, severe weather over the central states. The new threat could very well pack multiple strong tornadoes by midweek. This is all going to begin to get underway here today for Tuesday. Slower movement of this storm compared to most of the storms in recent weeks, in this case, could result in multiple days of severe weather. Flooding is going to be a big-time concern over much the same geographical area. Yeah, that storm that sliced across the central and eastern states Friday to Monday. About 450 severe weather incidents, high winds, gusts up to 96 miles per hour. Hail the size of golf balls, and there were even some baseball-sized hail reports. This week, believe it or not, a new, stronger storm will focus on the central U.S. as it crawls along. The number of severe incidents with this new round this week likely to be greater than what we saw over this past weekend. This week's severe weather is forecast to reach a high level with widespread, dangerous, damaging thunderstorms. It's not going to take long for the atmosphere to kind of reload after this push of cold air that started the week over the plains and Mississippi Valley. As I said, cool outside the secret bunker. Warmth and humidity levels are going to build between now and Wednesday, midweek. There's going to be strong winds generated by this system once again. That will help fuel the intensity and the level of thunderstorms starting late Tuesday, late today, over portions of the central and southern plains. AccuWeather forecasters say the main threat for severe weather late this afternoon through Tuesday night will be powerful wind gusts and hail. A few of the stronger storms may produce brief tornadoes. The area at risk by later Tuesday night extends from central portions of Nebraska and Iowa to western Iowa, and then southward into central Texas. The eastern portions of Kansas, central and eastern Oklahoma could have numerous severe thunderstorms, but the strong winds generated by this strengthening storm will raise the risk of wildfires in some of those areas where little or no rain fell in recent weeks. Now, many components of severe weather. We look to Wednesday. Perhaps forecasters say a tornado swarm, as they reference it. Many components for the severe weather. The heat, the moisture surge, and a strong jet stream all comes together Wednesday over the middle Mississippi Valley. Many of the areas that have been hit by severe weather over the past couple of weeks will be in the middle of this new significant threat. Most likely the threat Wednesday to Wednesday night will be the most significant period of severe weather of the week, and it could rival that of any 24-hour period so far this year. That's not real encouraging, is it? This midweek likelihood of severe weather will extend from central Texas all the way to southeast Wisconsin, the central portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan. And they're talking all modes of severe weather. Wednesday's threat ranging from storms packing high winds and large hail, flash flooding and tornadoes, a high risk zone with widespread severe thunderstorms are going to be centered right there over the mid-Mississippi Valley. There is the risk of multiple strong tornadoes to form near the Texas-Arkansas border to perhaps as far north as portions of southern Illinois and central Indiana beginning Wednesday afternoon, continuing into Wednesday night. The combination of darkness, low clouds, wooded rolling hills in that region will greatly add to the tornado danger. Thursday, severe weather zone stretching from parts of central Texas once again to the western slopes of the Appalachians in West Virginia, Maryland, and southwestern Pennsylvania. Now, the fact that this is going to be such a slow-moving system, as the system crawls along, that forward progress is going to be slowed by a dome of building heat in the southeastern states. So the training effect, rain, thunderstorms over and over, resulting in tremendous amounts of rain from the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas to the Ohio Valley. Some of the region there in portions of Arkansas through maybe western Tennessee, the westernmost portions of, they're saying you could see rainfall totals approaching a foot by the end of the week here. In our region here, southwest Ohio, models are depicting we could pick up anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain between Wednesday and Sunday. So already the National Weather Service has flood watches in effect. You can pretty much say for the state of Arkansas, northern Mississippi, the western half of Tennessee, the western 3/4 of Kentucky, southern Illinois, southern half of Indiana, southern half of Ohio, incredible rains. And we'll give you more on just how much rain will be coming down. If you live in a flood-prone area, they're already advising, plan on. You're going to be dealing with flooding. Begin to put things on the second floor if you have an opportunity to do that. Round the country, hey, welcome aboard. Welcome back. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388. Let's say hi to Marianne for the first time in nearly a week. We can say hello to our friends via Facebook and YouTube. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everyone enjoyed their weekend. Philly Dan joins us here. Hello, Pappy. We're back on nocturnal time. That means on this first day of April Fools, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker, the midnight hour. Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Looks like the stick shit eliminator power mic is back. All the necessities brought back from Louisville, Kentucky, back to the bunker here. From everything I've seen, it was a great turnout, great interviews with all the guests there. So it's time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, throw another log on the fire. 39 degrees, kind of windy out in the far side of southwest Ohio. Sorry to say, I've been transferred to day shift. No! This will be my last show that I'll be able to listen live and call in. So with that said, peace, love, and tranquility. Why don't you just tell them no, Pappy? You've been doing nights for how many years? Are you going to be able to handle day shift? All right, well, maybe we'll get a full report since he is with us tonight. Hello to Neil. There's Greg checking it. Good deal. Looks like Steve is back. See, hello to the overnight crew. Happy Taco Tuesday. All right, we got Brett. Good morning. The boss man checking in from Kansas City. Hello, Gilligan. What do we have going on out here? Bob says, I appreciate all the content you shared there with us at the Mid-America Truck Show. James says, please get out and vote today. All right, there. That's right, it's Tuesday. And some areas around the country, Wisconsin is one of those states. He says the Republicans will lose 2 House seats if we do not win this state, the Supreme Court seat. All right, so yeah, get out there, vote today. I mean, turnout is typically very low for these off-year elections, but they're just as important, especially at the local level. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast, but we're dry in Troutville, Virginia. I'm on the shoulder with a blown tire tonight. Oh, that's a great way to start the week. We're still at 59 degrees, but I'm out of the rain at least. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, Tank is in the house. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 35 degrees in Spencer, Indiana. Are you live this morning, or is this Memorex? We are live. I got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south for Mitchell at a high rate of speed. We'll get a short nap, and then at sunup, live action resumes. It'll be Hoosier Heifers to head west to points unknown at press time. A special Hoosier shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Owen County line tonight. All right, here we are back at it, live from the secret bunker, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Of course, it was a March Madness weekend there in Louisville. A lot of action. You tuned into the Duke-Alabama game there Saturday night. Alabama. How many three-pointers, how many bricks did they throw up? They had to have at least 20, 25, maybe more than that, three-pointer. I mean, just like, you keep doing the same thing over and over again. Go for the two. Get some sure points. 85-65, though. So the number 1 seed, Duke, is in the Final Four. Of course, you had Florida and Texas Tech. Florida, the number 1 seed, moves on to the Final Four. Sunday, it was Houston versus Tennessee. Tennessee looked very much like Alabama. Fallen behind early and never could come back. Lost by 69-50, the final score. A number 1 seed, Houston, in the Final Four. And I don't know when the last time this happened. Last of the Elite 8. Number 1 seed, Auburn, over number 2 seed, Michigan State, 70-64. The 4 number 1 seeds in the Final Four. How about that? All right, meanwhile, what do we have? So it's kind of down to, not to look ahead to the schedule. I'm not even sure when those games are played. Is it later this week or? Yeah, you got the championship game. Let me see here. Saturday, April 5th. So next Saturday. Looks 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be Auburn versus Florida. Later that evening, just before 9 o'clock, 8:49 p.m., it says that'll be the Duke-Houston matchup in the Final Four. Wow. March Madness is winding down because we're now into April 1st. All right, we'll get to your calls coming up here. I thought these lines would be locked and loaded, but go ahead and jump on in. It is 844-844-3388. Looks like Double R is going to check in. It was great to spend some time with Double R and Anita. Anita helped out in the booth over the weekend. Got to have a good steak dinner there. Friday night, which night was that? Saturday night, I think it was. Yeah, we did the pizza thing on Friday night because we wanted to watch basketball, Tennessee, where Tennessee won that game Friday night. That was the Tennessee-Kentucky matchup. Hillbilly Tech's on board. Happy Trump Tuesday, 49 degrees. Tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell. Exit 81 off the big I-75. Pappy said as far as the day shift thing, it's only for a year. Yeah, like Arnold Schwarzenegger said, I'll be back. Well, Pappy, you're going to retire in about a year, aren't you? All right, nonetheless, Brain Dead. Good morning, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday. I see you had a great truck show weekend. Well, I did very well in the March Madness picks. I'll check in later and break it all down for you. I'm guessing you picked all those number one seeds. Yeah, I know you had picked. You said Tennessee. You predicted them correctly to win, to get to the Elite Eight. You predict your Gators to make it to the Final Four.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, a big shout out to Cap and Ron. Of course, he's not checking in because we have already missed the greatest day of the week. Closing that out, kind of feels like a Monday to me, but I've been screwed up the last 2 days. All day Sunday, I thought it was Saturdays. Oh my. Yes, Cap and Ron, you are probably correct. Yeah, and there he is, Pappy. He said, I think Pappy's trying to April Fools us. You dirty dog. First day of April. I got April fooled within the first 2 minutes of April 1st. That's not funny. All right, yeah, let's see what's going on. Double R. Hello, brother. How are you?
How you doing today?
Yeah, back to the old grind. Back in the saddle again.
Yeah.
You're back in the truck?
Yeah. Yeah, we're halfway to Laredo. I'm over here on 59 headed south, and I'm looking at 61 degrees, and I believe the answer to your one question there, Steve, Alabama, I think they threw 31 three-point shots, and they only hit, 3 or 4, I think, out of the 31.
Wow.
I believe that's what it was. And then, of course, the next night, Tennessee did the same damn thing that Alabama did. And, but as far as the truck show, Steve, it was really nice seeing Kyle and Ryan and the gang there. You know, it was really nice. We enjoyed it, and seeing you and Sis, you know, and we had a great time. And hey, how long has it been? Let's see, the Final Four. Every one of the teams in the Final Four are number one seeded teams, correct?
That is correct. And I don't know when the last time that happened. That'll be a little trivia question for Brain Dead.
Yeah, that has been a while since they had all number one seeds teams in there. But oh well. Anyhow, it was a damn good truck show. I will say that. And sold a lot of stuff. I know that. So
Mm-hmm.
we had a great time, though. It was really great seeing Snuffy and Granny and Donut Guy and all the old people. Jeff from the cruise.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And my hero over there in Maryland.
Horse
good
feathers.
Seeing him. Yes, sir. I had a brain fart. Thank you very much. And it was great seeing him and his wife. And we had a good time. Really did. It was a good time. So, but I'm out here listening, and I'll get off and let somebody else get in and say hi to you. But
so how about the storms last night? Did you guys get hammered there in Tennessee?
Absolutely no. We had the rain, and that was about the rain and the wind that woke me up. The wind. It wasn't a very hard wind, but it's cold over there now. My son said it's supposed to get down to 29 or something like that over in Nashville tonight. Is that true?
I'll have to double check. We're at like 40 outside the secret bunker here.
Wow, man, oh man! But I'm just did they happen to have a forest fire over here in Texas? Because I'm smelling a lot of wood burning. I don't know if it's forest fire or if it's my truck.
Okay.
But that's something else I wanted to tell you. The whole time I was off work, we were down there with y'all. They worked on this truck, on this AEB system.
Yeah.
And this is what we'll have to fix it. We put that in there. We know what to do. And, we got there, and they took the truck out, and they drove it, and they had their tablet hooked up to the computer, and they could only calibrate it while it was moving. Well, they come back 20 minutes later and said, we got her all calibrated. You're good to go. I thought, all right, thank you very much. Man, I'd have been better off to have a kindergartner just learning how to mess with computers, mess with it. They didn't fix this damn thing. It's right back to where it was, and anyhow, I'm trying to nurse it down there to Laredo, get this load, and back over to Smashville and let them work on it. So.
Again. Wow.
Again. Yeah, it's crazy. This is the dumbest system they ever done to a truck in my whole life that I've been driving. I've been out here bebopping up and down a long time, over 40 years, and this is stupid. And but anyhow, it is what it is. And then I noticed today, Steve, every foreigner that I went by, I looked at their front bumper to see if they had that black box, that braking system crap that we got. And everyone that I passed did not have that black box on the front of their bumper. Now, is that I don't know, do they not have to have it, or I don't know. It's kind of weird that, these bigger companies, they have to have it. Of course, they probably have, the Warners, the Swiss, JV Hunts and stuff. They do have a high accidental rate because they bring in these new drivers that want to be truck drivers, and yeah, I can understand that. But I thought that was a national thing for all trucks, that this system that was supposed to be installed in all trucks. Am I wrong, or I don't know? That's why I was asking.
I don't believe it's mandated yet. They're wanting to, but I don't think it is.
Okay, all righty. So, anyhow, all righty. Well, once again, it was great seeing you and Sis, and we enjoyed it. And we've already putting a trip together to come on up that way and spend a few days up there out in the woods somewhere. So
do some camping.
But yes, sir. That was a good time. I enjoyed that. That's really needed. So. Maybe we can get Pappy out there around a
there you go.
Campfire. If he
yes,
could.
Sir.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. I haven't seen him in a while, but hey, listen, I'm gonna back out of here, Steve. I'm listening to you, and you have a good day, my friend. We love you guys, and everybody be safe. And I'll talk with you later on.
All right, thanks for checking in. There you go. About 18 before the hour. Let me break down here the rain. Forecasters saying, this slow-moving storm that's going to produce repeated thunderstorms, torrential downpours over the middle of the country from Wednesday right on toward the weekend. More than a foot of rain may come down from portions of Arkansas to Kentucky and Ohio. We're going to be talking rapid, major, possibly historic flooding, according to AccuWeather. Now, except for a stretch of days in February, storm systems have been moving through pretty steadily along. There was a slow-moving storm in February that did bring many inches of rain on portions of Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Indiana, and Ohio. We did see some major flooding and numerous loss of lives. The upcoming rainfall could be more than double that from February. This is going to be much more of a threat to lives and property. From midweek on, these downpours, the normal west to east or northwest to southeast path is going to be blocked by a building zone of high pressure over the southeast. That's going to evolve into a heat dome. This is going to cause a conveyor belt of moisture to form from Wednesday to Saturday night. Hours and hours of heavy rain over multiple days from the Ozarks in Arkansas to the middle portions of the Mississippi Valley to much of the Ohio Valley. Now, that moisture plume is going to be tropical in nature, originating from the Caribbean. Tropical moisture raises the risk of excessive rainfall. There is the potential for up to 4 months' worth of rain to fall in 5 days' time along portions of about a 1,000-mile-long swath. Small streams, drainage systems in urban areas will not be able to handle this surge of rainfall. In extreme cases, rainfall rates of up to a few inches per hour might occur. So we're going to be talking rapid flash flooding. Now, should the amount of rain occur that we anticipate over the middle of the country, it would exceed what they reference as the 500 to 1,000 year average. Truly, the potential is here for a historic flash flooding event. As that surge of water works into the progressively larger rivers in the region, flooding is obviously likely. The major rivers most likely to have significant water level rises include the Ohio, the Wabash, White, the St. Francis, the Kentucky, and Tennessee rivers. Now, a surge is likely on the lower portions of the Mississippi River as the Ohio contributes more water to the main stem than the upper portion of the Mississippi. In addition to flooding, the high, fast-moving water could affect the tug and barge operations as we progress through the month of April. It may take several weeks for this surge to cycle through. Obviously, motorists who utilize secondary roads in the heavy rain zone need to be prepared to seek alternate routes to reach your destination. Property owners should be prepared to take preventative action with the risk of evacuations in some communities as these waters rise. until the event is actually on the doorstep and gets underway, NOAA's river gauge forecast may not accurately depict the water level rise on the streams and rivers in the region. The same setup will lead to multiple days of severe thunderstorms in the central states. And as we mentioned earlier, Wednesday could bring a swarm of tornadoes to a portion of the Mississippi and Ohio valleys. Now, it looks like we're preparing for a lot of liquid sunshine. 844-844-3388. Morning to the Plowboy. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve. Well, glad to hear you're back alive and in person and damn near in Technicolor. Did you forget a river that normally floods whenever they get over that much rain? How about your Cumberland?
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. I think that's one we always had to fight with, and always around Tennessee land. I might be wrong, but anyway. You kind of brought up something a little bit earlier. Yeah, Pappy, I already had that answer for you. That was an April Fool.
Well, he got me. He had me. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. That's probably yeah. Yeah, I'm probably yeah. Messed you. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Now, we got 2 hard seats we got to win Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, in Florida, correct? We got to fill Matt Getz's and Watson, his selection that was going to be for the cabinet. And I just hope we get a good turnout in Florida. I think that's this Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, correct, Steve?
That is correct. I mean, I'm seeing some of the headlines. The Florida special election leaves Republicans anxious. That's one of the headlines. Florida special elections gives Trump and Republican leaders more reasons to sweat their slim majority. So, yeah, that's going to be crucial in Florida today.
Yes, sir. I had tears in my eyes. I was really hoping that Stefanik would have gotten in her UN position, but had to give a little gal a hug. She stepped back and took over her congressional seat. So, dumb Holcomb up there, or Holcomb, can't screw us over with her seat. But I don't know. This is going to be a scary few hours we're going to have to go through. Hopefully, they ain't too scared with what's going on. I'm not scared with what's going on. I just hope we can maintain the seats and win back what we could have lost. But you know what I'm trying to say. Oh, by the way, I was doing Pappy. I made an attempt to contact the feller, and yeah, he contacted me back. Red Mule's still alive and kicking ass out there in Utah, man.
So is he driving at all, or is he just?
No, I think he's going to hang it up. Yeah, I think he's still got his license in his pocket. That's about
right.
All
Yeah, but not okay.
But okay. Back to your sports page. This is going to be SEC championship game with Florida and Auburn. I think Auburn will pull it off. Highly unlikely. I know I'm going to get some fussing, but I don't think Florida's got it. But when I seen how Dick played, that was a I never would have thought that game. How we could have made all the threes and all that and all this lose with Bama. But anyway, did you all happen to catch that game of Houston versus Purdue? That damn near a buzzer shot that threw Houston in the win call?
I'm trying to recall. I think that was one of those late night games that was that Thursday night, Thursday or Friday. Yeah, that game had come on, but the game was maybe in the first quarter, the first, half, and I had to go to sleep, so.
I know. But, if it's, it could be, I think Dick's got it just between me and, unless, because I know SEC is going to be hard unless it be Auburn. I don't think Florida. But honestly, I wish it would come down. I know we can't redo the brackets. I wish it would come down to Florida and Duke, and Auburn, and Houston, but it's just not in the cards that way.
Correct.
Because I think it would be a whole different game. But I do have a truck show question. Since you left the show the other night, you left me in a worry.
Yeah.
Saying anything about this new FMCSA director at the truck show? Any feeling, any temperature of?
I got the same answers from Louis Pugh. I actually got to speak to Todd Spencer, and they all seem to think that this guy's going to be willing to work with them, that he would be willing to listen.
Okay.
So if that means, Louis said that they know the guy, and I asked him, why did Trump actually tap this guy to be the FMCSA director? And he said that this guy had apparently he had sent out letters to the ATA, the CVSA, to OOIDA, and some of the trucking, asking them for their endorsement. And I guess they all gave it to him. So that's
really?
why.
Because I forget who it had listed as a trucker trooper as a FMCS.
Mm-hmm.
I forget which one, CDL Life or one of them. I thought, I wish it had been truck driver other than law enforcement, because I told you the last day that it was going to be. I just see and just feel Annette Sand. Can't even think of her name, coming back. Only in a different version. But Steve, are you going to announce a retirement pretty soon, or what?
A retirement? What's that?
You haven't read your newspaper? Your old company had one big name retire.
I heard that. No, I don't think I'll be stepping into those shoes. I'll be right here, Plowboy. Yeah, what's his name? The morning guy. I guess he announced last week he's going to retire April 4th, I think it is. But real quick, if you didn't know, like you said, in several states today, April 1, it's not just April Fool's, it's voting day in Florida. Yeah, in 2 of the state's congressional districts and some other locations, voters in 10 Florida counties will be casting ballots to fill the empty seats in Florida's 1st and 6th congressional districts, formerly represented by Matt Gaetz and Mike Waltz, respectively. A quick explanation of why Florida is having special elections this week. Florida's 1st and 6th district seats left open after the Republicans re-elected to those seats in November were tapped to join the Trump administration. Both of those be held today. The 6th congressional district seat opened by Mike Waltz, who held that seat from 2019 to 2024. He was re-elected for his seat in November, but of course left vacant when he was tapped to be the 29th National Security Advisor. Before Waltz, the now second-term governor, Ron DeSantis, actually held that seat. In the 1st district, it's the seat that was left open by former Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz, who resigned when he was tapped to join the administration as the U.S. attorney, which, of course, he did not go on to secure, but indeed those 2 seats. And, of course, not being a Floridian, I'm not real sure how things are going. Their Democrat opposition, some of these headlines make it sound like, the Republicans have a reason to sweat it out today. So, of course, we'll have the results probably rapidly tabulated here by Tuesday evening. Will they hold those seats in the House of Representatives? It is a slim majority, to say the least, and a loss of one or even worse, two would be a significant blow. All right, as much discussion about trucking during the Mid-America Truck Show. Actually heard a bit from the FMCSA. As I mentioned over the weekend, most of the questions they were being asked, they were kind of sidestepping the issue. There was a lot of pressure from the audience, those in attendance there, when the issue of the English language proficiency came up. Where they tried to make it sound like they enforced that, and the audience was like, "Oh, the hell you do!" So we'll tell you a bit of what was discussed there. Trucking headlines coming up. Of course, more of your calls ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we are back at it live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Kicking off hour number 2, James is on board. Hello to the Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Shout out to the 2-time champion mutton hauler. All right. Let's see. To answer the question, Robin. Hello, Robin. Were your ears burning about a week ago? We were wondering if you were still alive and with us. He said it's been since 2007. Yeah, where we had 4 number 1 seeds reaching the Final Four. I have a 5:48 p.m. flight Thursday afternoon as we're headed to San Antonio, Texas, and we're going to be cooking barbecue for the ACC network and crew for Friday and Saturday's tailgate. All right, so there you go. Barbecue Robin still out there, alive and kicking, doing his thing. How about that? Good to hear from you. Gerald throws a heads up our way. The bridge on Interstate 55 from Arkansas to Tennessee. Yeah, they're saying it's going to be closed in 2026 until 2032. The plans are already in motion. That's a rather lengthy closure, is it not? Okay. And Robin did chime in. There's actually only been 2 Final Fours, as this case is where all the number 1 seeds have actually played. I didn't think it happened very often. There's always a couple of those number 1 seeds knocked out, and big upsets, as they call them. All right, Cracker Box says, in the case of Florida, I hope the people vote for Randy Fine. He's running an ad, but he's not saying anything negative about his other opponent, but the other people saying a bunch of negative stuff about him. Tried to look it up on the internet, couldn't find none of that, so I don't think those people are telling the truth. I think eventually somebody ought to be able to go after these people and sue them for lying. But it probably never happens, like all the rest of this politics stuff. But I'm sitting back listening in here, Steve. And hello to all the listeners out there. Copy in the mail. Y'all have a great night. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 55 degrees. Had some good rain and some wind this morning, but things were much more intense south of us in the Conyers area, where they had several trees down, blocking roads. A large oak tree fell in my mom's backyard, and the top of it onto the porch grazed the house. Once the insurance adjuster shows up to see what they're going to cover, we'll have to see the damage. The deck, the grill, the gutters, the siding, the roof. The root ball was huge. Tore up the fence on the end of the property there. It belonged to the neighbors behind her. I'll be loading up Thursday, heading out Friday for Seattle. Not looking forward to that. I hope you were able to secure some other sponsors. And Hot Shot Secret was able to sell a bunch of great products over the weekend. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Big thank you to Ryan Wild. Yes, he was multitasking, helping to make sure we had everything up and run. Had a few technical glitches, but that's to be expected. But he made a lot of contacts. He's going to be busy on the lines, securing and getting some new advertisers on the air. And hopefully they'll stick around once we get them on the air. But yes. And Hot Shot Secret had I believe a banner weekend as they continue each year selling more product. Sold a lot of product there over the weekend in Louisville. Very good. All right, coming up, we'll get to, is it Lobo? I do believe he wanted to talk about the earthquake. Donut Man was actually on the scene over the weekend. Good to see you there, Donut Man.
Well, it's good to see you, Steve. It was good to see Double R and Anita. I'm glad Anita's back at it and recovered everything after what happened last year. And got to meet Cue Ball and Ryan. Got to spend some time with Lisa and got to meet Cue Ball and, of course, Horse Feathers. And it's a little different without the Mr. Truck Show there, but I understand why, you were there with us in spirit, Monkey Gouger. Don't worry, So but it was a really nice show. I was a little skeptical with doing everything in the north and south wing, but they actually seemed like they made it work, and it was a pretty decent crowd. And man, Friday, you couldn't ask for better weather.
Right.
Man, because when we went out, we were out looking at the show trucks, nice breeze blowing. It was, that's the nicest weather I can remember there at the truck show in a long time. I'm just glad the rain and stuff held off till we were home Sunday night.
Right.
It ripped through our neighborhood, and holy crap, and it came in quick, and man, it was like I don't know, man, with as much lightning as we had up at our house Sunday night, Monday morning. If I was out driving, I probably wouldn't need headlights. We could see everything from all the lightning, but yeah, it was good to catch up with everybody. It was a nice show this year, and everything just seemed to work out. And got to see you again and everybody, and I'm just hoping, the FMCSA got the message. I didn't get a chance to catch the meeting, but I'm hoping enough guys, hey, this is what the problem is. Maybe somebody will finally listen to us.
Maybe.
Because it seems like every year, they give us a bunch of lip service, and
exactly.
Then it's like, back business as usual, yeah, we'll look into that. We'll take care of it, and then sure enough, yep. Does anything get done? Nope.
Status quo.
But yeah, it just seems to me, Steve, a lot of the problem is a lot of these people that are running the industry act like because they went to college, get a transportation degree, somehow or another, they know more and know how to do our job better than guys like us that's been out here for 20-plus years, 30-plus years, 40, that somehow they know better than we do how to do our job. And it's, well, you got a transportation degree, so what? Do you know what a gear shift is? Do you know what a clutch is?
Yeah.
Do you know what a fifth wheel is? How many wheels are on a truck? That seems to be the problem to me. We get somebody in. I would like to see somebody like Department of Transportation or the FMCSA, like Monkey Gouger's been out here for, good Lord, he's been out 50 years or close to it. You got guys like Cue Ball's been out here for a long time. That's really active and trying to change things in the industry. You got, somebody like Grump that's very smart, very knowledgeable about the industry. People that's the kind of people we need in government, that, taking over and maybe get this industry back to what it used to be. But,
they'd be rolling back regulations rather than proposing new regulations. Exactly.
Exactly. One thing I like to see them get rid of is the DEF system on these trucks. It seems like that causes more problems than anything else. It seems like a lot of our trucks, every time they're in the shop, it's because they're having issues with the DEF system, But, it's like I said, we're just truck drivers out here. We don't know nothing. We didn't go to college or whatever. But I'm just hoping we can get enough people, to just make some kind of a change for the better in this industry.
Yeah.
Because, we're vital, and, having a voice like yours out there every night, keeping us informed. And, I really appreciate it. I know a lot of other guys do. You have some of the best weather forecasts of any radio show I've ever heard. You keep us up to date, like, you got guys all over the country listening, if somebody gives a weather forecast in like Ohio or Indiana, well, what about the guys out in California that are running out west or out there in like heat waves, neck of the woods, places like that?
We're here to cover all the bases, and you're getting advance notice about being ready for some flooding later this week. It was good to see you there, Donut Man. All right, as part of the FMCSA, as part of the new registration system. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration is implementing an identity verification process as they try to curb fraud in the trucking industry. They announced last week that all new applicants registering for a U.S. DOT number in the current unified registration system will be required to pass identity proofing and verification as they try to reduce fraud. Through a partnership with biometrics and security company Idemia, the FMCSA will require any user seeking a new registration to scan a QR code with a smartphone or tablet to begin the identity verification session. Then to take photos of both sides of a government-issued identification document, and finally to submit to a facial scan or selfie. They said, the FMCSA, that these identity verification steps will verify legitimacy of an applicant's identity, reduce fraudulent activity, enhance security of the FMCSA systems, and protect sensitive data. So fraud right along that line, and this is becoming all too common. A fake trucking company was able to drive away with 2 loads of beef after a subcontracting incident last Tuesday, March the 25th. The theft occurred at a meatpacking plant in Bean Station, Tennessee. According to 10 News, Southeastern Provisions meatpacking plant realized something had gone wrong when 2 different customers reported that they had not received their shipments. Southeastern Provisions called their shipping contractor, who reported they had subcontracted the loads out to a company called List Trucking Sales. The shipping contractor reported List Trucking Sales and their dispatcher, Ahmed Wengi, were no longer responding to emails. Surprise, surprise. So police were called to report the fake trucking company. Investigation revealed that List Trucking Sales was not verified at the meatpacking plant when the 80,000 pounds of beef worth $350,000 was loaded onto 2 trucks. One scheduled to go to Michigan, the other scheduled to go to Kentucky. Now, at this point, no information on arrests or charges. Police say that the name List Trucking Sales appears to be false, as their information cannot be verified. They're non-existent, in other words. Fraud. 844-844-3388. All right, there you go. Brain dead. Around the corner here. First, we got, as I said, Lobo coming up here right after a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
A lot of things occurring over the past 5-6 days. We were in Louisville. We'll try to get caught up, bring you up to speed. I know one of those was the massive earthquake that occurred there in Thailand. Yeah, I saw Brother Rambler was posting several times about our friend Rainmaker, who chimes in from time to time. He had moved to Thailand a couple of years ago. I have not received any emails. Haven't seen him posting. He normally posts via our Facebook. But hopefully he's okay there. I think the death toll has now exceeded like 2,000. Yeah, I guess we lost Lobo. Yeah, Eagle is on board, and I think he wanted to talk a bit about just that, the earthquake. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I don't know. I never heard of Lobo. I don't know who that is, but yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight, Steve. Before I get to the earthquake situation, some very bad stuff going on. But I wanna go back to what's been going on for the last 2 weeks, where it comes. Because there's a lot of people that are saying that they don't understand why you should have to speak English to drive a truck in the U.S. I'm going to give you an example of what I've seen happen today, Steve, to a driver who didn't speak English, nor did he comprehend English. Okay, I went to a customer today to pick up a load, and they have two interests to get into this facility, Steve. They have one way to get in to go in, and then they have another gate to exit out of. Okay, I don't know if you've ever you've probably seen these before. Some places have these blades or something that sticks up out of the ground to stop people from going in the wrong direction when they go into a facility. So guess what? This guy here, I pulled into the right gate, and as I was looking in my mirror, I saw a truck go by, and he decided that he was going to go in the gate that's supposed to be the exit entrance. So guess what happened to this dummy? As he drove his truck in through the wrong gate, he hit those blades that were on the ground, and now he has 18 flat tires.
Wow.
That's right. 18 flat tires because this guy could not read the sign that says exit and entrance to the facility. So he tore up, he used up all 18 of his tires. That's a perfect example of why you need to understand the language in America, because now it's costing him and his company a lot of money. 18 tires is not cheap, by the way. So anybody who thinks that you don't need to speak English, you better think again. And it's also a safety issue. A lot of other people are tired of these guys, Steve. I had another bad experience today with another foreign driver tailgating me down the road, down the interstate, inches off of my bumper, DOT bumper, as I'm rolling down the interstate. and it's a 3-lane highway. He could have easily got into the third lane if he was in that big of a rush to go on around me. But no, he chose to get in behind me and tailgate me down the road, inches away from my bumper. And the only reason I didn't brake check him, Steve, is because I didn't want to end up a casualty because of his stupidity. Because I wouldn't have not only took him out, I would have took myself out. But believe me, I would have loved to brake check that guy and put him right through the windshield. Because there's no excuse to tailgate somebody like that down the road doing 70, 75 miles an hour. These guys are not even professional whatsoever, and hopefully they'll in the very near future they'll get these people off the road because I'm fed up with them. Now, let me move on to another subject, Steve, and that's some very disturbing video that I seen over the weekend in Thailand, a country that I used to want to visit until I learned some things, till I seen what happened just over the weekend. Okay, this area is obviously in an earthquake area, and over the weekend a 7.7 or 7.8, almost 8.0 earthquake hit this place. Now they had Steve, I remember seeing on 9/11. What'd you say?
No, I'm just listening. I saw the building that came down. That's what you're getting to. The building came down just like it did on September 11. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought I would never ever in my life, Steve, see a building collapse and turn into dust like I seen on September 11th, 2001. I thought I'd never see that again. But guess what? This building was under construction, Steve. They still had construction workers on this building. They had people photographing it, and as the thing, you could see it moving sideways to sideways, and next thing you know, the whole damn building collapsed and turned into a pile of dust with people running just the same way they were running out of that cloud of dust in New York City. They were doing the same thing. Never did I think I would see that again.
Downright scary, huh? All right, we got to pause there, but we'll pick up right there following the news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Got a Tuesday, Taco Tuesday coming up. Hope your week's off to a good start. And indeed, it is 844-844-3388. Talking about the earthquake when we hit the break there. Monday, they said the death toll had officially surpassed 2,000, according to state media. They say hundreds of people are still trapped under debris. And I did not realize that they actually are contending with a civil war in that country. Rescue efforts are being hindered by several factors, including that state of civil war. Even before the quake, they said nearly 20 million people in Myanmar were in need of humanitarian assistance. So this latest tragedy compounds an already dire crisis and risks further eroding the resilience of communities that are already battered by conflict, displacement, and past disasters. The United Nations hinted at the political instability by demanding unimpeded humanitarian access via humanitarian convoys, medical personnel, and assessment teams to all the regions affected by this quake, regardless of the location or who's in control. Myanmar, the country formerly known as Burma, has been ruled by a military junta since February of 21. An armed insurgency against the junta began soon after the civilian government was overthrown. Myanmar's civilian population was already in crisis before that quake struck on Friday. According to estimates from the UN, over 3 million people have been displaced by the fighting, which apparently continues even after the quake. Yeah, many of the refugees had sought shelter in the areas that suffered the worst damage from the quake. And even over the weekend, the junta was conducting airstrikes against rebel positions. Insurgent leaders and human rights groups accusing the junta of taking advantage of the quake to launch major airstrikes against the rebels while they're disoriented from the tragedy. So, I mean, they're saying, can you believe these? This is outrageous. Yeah, that they're actually conducting airstrikes at a time like this. Yeah, I said it's nothing short of incredible that the junta would drop bombs when you're trying to rescue people. Okay, I had no idea that that was actually taking place there in Myanmar. All right, but back to Eagle, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Before I get back to that, right quick, Steve. Yeah, I listened to the show last week when you was in Louisville. Yeah, you did a good job. Hopefully I can get there next week. I mean next year, God willing. If I'm gonna try to make plans to, once the new year start next year, to try to get in there and see what's going on. Because I've never been to that show before, so I'll try to get there next year. But yeah, Steve, getting back to this earthquake situation. Yeah, maybe that guy they called, the guy that you had to call from Thailand, hopefully he's okay. Maybe he can call in tonight sometime this week and give us an update on his situation. Maybe he can, let us know what's going on. But yeah, I got some more details, Steve. If you go back and look at the video, maybe you can look at it during the break, man. I sure do hope that there was nobody on that crane. You know that thing that's real high up in the air that they use to pull supplies up to the top. A guy sits in there and controls it, swings left and right. Okay, there was one of those things hanging on top of that building that fell, a 30-story building, and that thing just totally collapsed. I sure do hope that there wasn't a man in there when that building disappeared, because I guarantee you that guy, he's no longer with us. It's like I said, it's a bad situation. Why they even build? They should have building restrictions in Thailand. Steve. They have some very tall skyscrapers in Thailand, and you can actually see these buildings moving side to side during this 7.0 earthquake. What'd you say?
You can see that they actually have a bunch of, they've got pools on, some of these 20 stories up. There are swimming pools, and there's video of people that were like in those pools when the quake struck. You can see the water coming out of the side of the buildings that were from the swimming pools.
Yeah, those people could have got swept out. Yeah, the water was literally coming out of the building onto the ground from the high story swimming pools. It was unbelievable what happened, and now they got people that's sleeping out on the street right now, Steve. They scared to go back into these buildings because they seeing cracks on the floor and cracks in the ceilings. There's no way in hell I would go back in one of those high-rise buildings, because they still having aftershocks, 4 and 5 aftershocks, Richter scale shocks. You never know. These things could occur weeks or 2 weeks even after the actual earthquake. So if I was in Thailand, I'd be sleeping on the street right now too, because I'd be afraid to be in any structure, because you don't know if it's going to collapse or not. But like I said before, it's obvious whatever they did with that building, Steve. It doesn't look to me like it was built correctly, because that building it never stood a chance. That building that just collapsed, the 30-story building, is really sad. That they had construction workers in there, and the way that thing. But people, I've never been involved in an earthquake before, but I used to live in California for a short period of time, a long time ago, and I have friends that live there, and they told me how scary it actually is to feel the ground moving when you got an earthquake going on, and so it's some serious deal, and they saying that there's 2,000 or 3,000. There's probably gonna be no telling what the total amount of people that's gonna be dead. And the sad part, earthquake doesn't even last that long. I think 2 or 3 minutes, and these earthquakes can do this much damage in that short amount of time. That's the scary part about the whole deal, is that the damage that these quakes can do and crush whole buildings in a matter of seconds. So hopefully, like I say, Donald Trump said he was going to try to get some people involved and help these people out, because they definitely need some help. And one quick note I want to talk about, Steve, right quick, is with Elon Musk and his situation. Maybe you can go over this after I hang up with you. With these losers that are continuing to protest and terrorize these Tesla dealerships around America. Elon basically said the same thing I said a week or so ago, Steve. Tesla has nothing have a damn thing to do with what's going on with Donald Trump and making America great again. That's how stupid these people are. Like I told you last week, you got people getting their cars keyed. You got cars being explosive. They caught the loser that tried they caught that loser that tried to blow up the dealership in Las Vegas last week, and hopefully they'll put him under the jail where he belongs. But like I said, these people, you're nothing but a coward, Steve, and that's exactly what they are. Anybody that terrorizes somebody else's vehicle or dealership because you don't like Elon Musk or Donald Trump, you're a coward, and that's all you'll ever be as far as I'm concerned. You're not showing anybody anything when you plant explosives or blow up a car. Do you disapproval? Like I told you last week, Steve, these people ought to be happy that Elon Musk is trying to uncover all the dirty dealing that the government has been doing, such as paying Social Security money to illegal aliens that don't belong in the country, or paying Social Security money to a 150-year-old man that died a long time ago, and he's still receiving checks, and they still got the nerve to say that Elon Musk is doing something wrong. So that just shows you the stupidity of these people, and I'd like you to see what you have to say about the Elon Musk situation, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, there were several developments on that front, actually. a Doge, they just unveiled last week. It's Social Security, as a matter of fact. Elon said roughly 2.1 million non-citizens actually received Social Security numbers last year in 2024. Speaking at a conference alongside his longtime friend, Antonio Gracias, the CEO of Valor Equity Partners, he uncovered some eye-opening numbers regarding Social Security last year. He said, we started at the top of the system, mapping the whole system of Social Security to understand where all the fraud was. There's a lot of great people there that showed us a lot of waste, so that crime with a big list of stuff. But this was what really jumped out at us. Gracia says, as he pointed to the chart, in 2021, you see 270,000 people. It goes all the way to 2.1 million in 2024. These are non-citizens that are getting Social Security numbers. Now, he clarified that he has no political motivations for revealing those numbers, noting his parents and his siblings were born in Spain, while touting himself as a supporter of legal immigration. He also praised the employees of the Social Security Administration who took risks to show them what has been allegedly happening. As to how 2.1 million non-citizens received Social Securities in 24, he said the previous administration had a policy that allowed migrants to enter the country and then register Social Security. When you come in the country, if you're illegal, there's a couple of ways to come in. You can come in through a port of entry, and you can tell them you're afraid, and they'll give you an asylum case. You'll get an interview, then you get in. That's one way to do it. Another way is to just go to the border, walk up to a Border Patrol officer and tell him you want to come in. They have a couple of choices. They can charge you with a misdemeanor or a felony under 1325, or they can make an administrative offense, like a parking ticket, basically. They were told to do that. Make it an administrative offense under the last administration. So you could just walk across the border, they release you on your own recognizance, and they give you a notice to appear at a judge. The wait times on judges, on average, is 6 years. There's 700 judges, and this is 5.5 million people. So once you're in the country, you got an asylum through one of those pathways, you then apply for a work document. You file a 765, you get this form called a 766, and then the Social Security Administration automatically sends you in the mail a Social Security number. No interview, no ID, no nothing. 844-844-3388. You can't make this stuff up, but it's a whole different ballgame now. We know that is for sure.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And I found it rather interesting that Doge in the last several days denounced what's next on the list. They've been going through one agency after another, as we know. They're trying to weed out the waste and the fraud. How about the next one? What's on the list? Well, Elon wants to know how lawmakers on Capitol Hill got strangely wealthy while earning modest public salaries. We've been saying this for years. Elon says one of the next priorities for the Doge team is going to be to find out exactly how certain congressmen and women achieved generational wealth. He was speaking at a town hall Sunday night, asked if Doge had found any improper use of funds from the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, to Representative Maxine Waters of California, Adam Schiff, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Musk said funds could be sent via a purposely complicated route. Yeah, they, a.k.a. the government, send the money overseas to one non-governmental organization. Then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States, and it lands in the pockets of the people that you just mentioned. But it is a circuitous route. It does not go directly. Let's just say there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress where I'm trying to connect the dots of how do they become rich. Members of Congress make $174,000 annually, a salary that Musk believes the government should increase to fight corruption. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who has a net worth of about $250 million, is one of the wealthiest congressional members and alumni. Oversight Committee Chair James Comer of Kentucky has called Pelosi the ultimate stock insider. Her wealth appears to have come primarily from investments by her and her venture capitalist husband, Paul, in companies like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Netflix. How do they get $20 million if they're earning $200,000 a year? We're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it. And, of course, that is something that also crosses the aisles. You don't have to be a D or an R or an I. Many on both sides have become mysteriously wealthy on those sort of salaries. But that's next on his list. Where will that take us? Morning, Brain Dead. How we been? It's been almost a week since we last chatted.
Yeah, no, but you know, I heard Pappy get you earlier about the whole going to day shift. He got me too, Steve. I thought he had the whole plan set up with Dingbat because he was going to go over to day shift, get those fresher donuts and better coffee. But I don't know. I don't know, but we got a lot of sports that happened over the weekend. You know, we had a demolition derby at Martinsville. I mean, NASCAR race. Damn it. Yeah, Denny Hamlin won that race. It was about the best time for him to do it. It was his 55th win on the same track. 10 years. He's been 10 years since he won on that track, but it was also the 55th win to the day that when Rusty Wallace decided he wanted to retire, ran his last race and won. So that's kind of ironic. And I know you want to talk about March Madness, so you ready to kick it off?
You made some pretty good predictions leading up to the truck show there over the weekend. So your Gators moved on. Did you expect you did say they would go to the Final Four, didn't you?
They're going to go all the way.
Okay.
I really believe. And no, Dingbat is not bribing me or paying me off to say this.
Yeah.
I want to get that out of the way right now. I am an honest Teamster Union member. I do not take bribes unless they're donuts. But I do think Florida has a team to go all the way this year, and Duke as well. Houston, like I said, Houston is one of those smaller schools. They're not known for sports. Really, they've got a football team and a basketball team. They don't really play in a big conference that is basketball oriented. So for them to be in the Final Four is phenomenal. They're competing with all the bigger schools, but I don't think Houston has the depth to really get past Duke. I mean, Duke's on a whole nother level. Duke has been on that whole other level all season, and it's going to be a decent game. It's not going to be a blowout, but it's going to be a decent game to watch. Now, the one to really watch, and it surprised me, was Auburn. Auburn really stepped up and turned things around. I don't know what the heck Bruce Pearl did down there in Auburn, but obviously he's got these kids firing on all cylinders now since they lost to Tennessee in the quarterfinals, if I remember right. So, or semifinal, I can't remember. But anyway, they lost to Tennessee in the conference tournament. So he's got them firing on all cylinders. But the Gators are playing too well of a team. They're playing too well right now. And here's something ironic, Steve, because I heard Double R's question. The last time this had happened was in 2008. Was when last time we had all 4 teams in the Final Four. But here's another little interesting fact. Bruce Pearl got hired at Auburn in 2014. His director of basketball operations, I think, is Todd Gillespie, who now is the coach of the Florida Gators in his first season over there, if I remember right. Now, Dingback will probably be bouncing off the walls correcting me. But so it's kind of ironic how, coach and protege are now going after each other in the Final Four.
I think it's pretty fascinating that all the number 1 seeds are there. You made a perfect pick predicting your Tennessee would make it to the Elite 8 and then not make it to the Final Four.
Tennessee has never been to the Final Four. Never. They've never been to the Final Four. And like I said, they've been playing up and down all season. When it's a clutch game and they need to play, they're not there. They don't show up. But if it's if it's going to be a blowout game, they show up. They had a really good season. And when you step back and look at it, Purdue had a good season. Michigan and Michigan State had a good season. To get to the Elite 8 and the Final Four is always a good season, no matter what. Because there's that coach from Maryland. He's now going to Villanova. It's like, what was it? Heatwave was talking about how his coach at New Mexico is going to Xavier. Those smaller schools, they don't have the money to pay the coaches.
Hey, let me pause right there. We got to get a news break.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, picking up right there. Where'd we leave off? Oh, yeah. Talking a little sporting action. Yeah, we had Major League Baseball that kicked off their first day of the Mid-America Truck Show. I did a little Google search. And there's one team, only one, that is 5 games in with a perfect start, and that's the Dodgers.
And the Dodgers will win the World Series. They'll go back to back. They're playing that good of a baseball. But real quick, one thing back to basketball. 40-20, and I think it was Carl that called in Friday, was it Thursday morning, Wednesday morning, and corrected me on the Kentucky-Tennessee games this year. Thank you. I got it backwards. I appreciate that. But anyway, yeah, I don't know if you saw this or not too, Steve, but the Yankees demolished the Brewers over the weekend, 20-9. And I did not stutter.
Wow. 20-9.
And then I think tonight the Cubbies destroyed the Diamondbacks 18-4 or 18 to something. So I don't know. I don't know what the heck's going on with baseball right now, but oof, let me tell you, and we're just getting started too.
That's right.
Imagine what it's going to look like come September, October, and how bad the Reds are going to do, Rick. how good they're going to do, Rick.
They're off to a 2-2 start, 2-2. Seg actually came down to the truck show there. He and Chip made their way by, and I said, how was opening day? They came down Friday. He said it was all great till the 9th inning. I think they were up by 3 runs. I think the bullpen blew it in the 9th. They lost.
It's like I say, any given day. I mean, any given day. But the Dodgers are going to be pretty tough this year. The Dodgers and the Braves are always tough. I know Brother Rambler, he's listening probably, and he's probably bouncing off the walls saying, the Braves are going to do it. The Braves are going to do it. But the Dodgers got Ohtani. Ohtani is a machine. I mean, he did the 50-50 last year. First player ever to do that. So I don't think nobody else could beat the Dodgers. We're still early in the season, so anything can happen. So we got a little NASCAR news, Steve. Like I said, we had a little demolition derby over there in Martinsville this past weekend. I guess you didn't hear about all of that.
I did not.
But Denny Hamlin won the race, followed by Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace. Now, here's an interesting note. Bubba Wallace has finished 3rd in the last 2 races. So I don't know what's going on over there with 23-11, but still, it's still a good step in the right direction. Now the points heading into Darlington this weekend, can you believe it? The Lady in Black's coming back. William Byron, then Kyle Larson, then Chase Elliott, and then Christopher Bell. Alex Bowman is 5th, and Denny Hamlin, Bull Hauler friend, Denny Hamlin is 6th so far this year. And I find it kind of ironic that all 4 of the Hendrick cars are in the top 5. It's kind of ironic. So, speaking of this, now, Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick, well, they had a few words after the race. Apparently, a lot of beating and banging and leaning on one another. Joey Logano and Ross Chastain, they had a few words also. And, Steve, I know they weren't exchanging, recipes or Christmas cards ideas. So, Harrison Burton and Sammy Smith on the Xfinity side. They also had a few words as well. But the one I really thought was interesting was Sammy Smith and Taylor Gray were exchanging words inside the infield care center and had to be separated. So I imagine there'll probably be some fines coming out this week. Eric Jones was disqualified after the race for failing to meet the minimum weight. And speaking of fines, Shane Van Gissenberg, well, he lost a wheel during the race. So, there's going to be some penalty there. Now, I do have a question. And if you look, 102 laps of the Xfinity race was run under caution because everybody was leaning on one another. Do you think NASCAR needs an excessive, what is that word I'm looking for? Excessive rough driving penalty? Do you think that should happen, Steve?
I say let them race. Let them race.
I say the same thing, but I can see them leaning on one another. I can see them bumping and whatnot. But when it goes too far, there needs to be, okay, look, you go to the back of the line. Okay, you serve a weekend suspension because if there's already that right hook rule that you can't hook them into the wall, why wasn't it applied here? I don't know, Steve, but real quickly though, there is a rumor floating around of NASCAR coming back to Kentucky Speedway. What are your thoughts?
Really? As I drove past Kentucky Speedway last Wednesday afternoon, I said it's such a damn shame that they put all that money and effort into building that thing and it's just sitting there dormant. Nobody races there. I'd love to see him come back.
There's the rumor that they're talking about coming back. Now, there's the key word in that. Rumor. This Gen 7 car does really well at those intermediate tracks, the 1.5 mile tracks. And remember, back in the day, they started building all these 1.5 mile tracks, and they go, oh, yeah, it'll be better racing, and, you carry on the argument from there. But it'll need a lot of work. I mean, you got the pavement would need to be redone, the garages would need to be redone. I mean, and that's just the starters. But the thing is, though, there's no really attraction. I mean, you look at Kansas, you got the casino, you got various other things around there. But with Sparta being right there, you're how far from Cincinnati?
There's nothing around. I don't know. Was the expectation if we build the track that others they will come and there would be development? I mean, really, there's nothing. You're right. It's out in the middle of nowhere. You got like one hotel there, and there's nothing.
Exactly too. But Steve, by the way, check your email box. I sent you the color schemes from all of the Darlington throwback cars this weekend, and I tell you what, I think some of the teams nailed it. I really do.
All right, I got that email. I haven't checked it out yet, but I will pull that up. All right.
But I got some more stuff for NASCAR and HRA, so I'm going to park that for tomorrow night, Steve. You have a good one. I'm going to roll south.
All right. Safe travels out there, and good to have you with us. Throwback weekend. It is 14 past the hour. Carolina Monkey Gouger. Is he in the house? He is. Morning.
Well, how the hell are you, Steve? Did you survive the truck show?
We survived, had a beautiful weekend weather-wise. Gouger, I don't know that I've ever, of all these years, had 3 nice days.
I was listening to you talk about the 80-degree weather. I said the one time I missed it, they have perfect weather up there. But, hey, I want to talk about the stuff that you announced while you was up there, like the end of the W9 KW.
Right.
You remember our old buddy Goodrich?
Yeah.
You know, he was a KW man, boy. I mean, he was brainwashed. I made him so mad up there one year at the truck show. If he could have got his hands on me, I believe he'd have strangled me. And I told him, I said, you know why them people drive them old dishwasher trucks? He's a dishwasher. I said, yeah, them Ken Morris. They go to end of Sears and Roebuck, get the parts for them. They like dishwashers, you know, just go to Sears and Roebuck, get the parts. Boy, he used to get so damn mad at me, and I tell him, I said, hey, boy, there's only two kind of people in the world. Those people that own Peterbilt, and then that wish that did have a Peterbilt. Boy, I used to ride him. I mean, boy, it was fun. But has anybody heard anything from Good Wrench?
I have not heard from him directly. I see him, I'm Facebook friends. I see his post on Facebook, so.
I had seen him since, I reckon before the pandemic, the last time I seen him.
Mm-hmm.
What happened up there Saturday with the sound?
All I know is several people said that the audio wasn't there, so I'm not. Matt and Ryan came over and started clicking here and clicking there, and I don't know how long was the sound out.
Well, Steve, I don't know. I mean, I listened. I was going back in the afternoons, or when I was up at the hospital with Debbie listening to it. And Saturday morning, I got her out the hospital Friday night. Saturday morning, I'd go sleep in and leave out. My phone started ringing, getting text messages. If you heard about Steve, you better go tell him he ain't got no sound. He ain't got no sound. They said, who the hell is that? I said, oh, they think I'm at the truck show. So I flipped it over there, but by the time I flipped it over there, you was talking. So I didn't know what the hell was going on.
I think it was the Facebook and YouTube feed that wasn't getting the audio. I believe the app was good.
Right. Well, I mean, like I say, by the time I got it turned on, you was talking. So I said, well, everything must be okay.
Yeah.
So I said, when he comes back Monday night, I said, I'm gonna ask him what the hell going on up there. But it looked like you had a pretty good turnout up there from what I could see and talking to people.
Yeah, had a good, busy weekend.
That's good. That's good. But Philip then was talking about cue ball the other night, talking about him, getting that 379. That ain't the first 379 cue ball had. Cue ball, when he first started coming to the truck shows up there in that scene, I don't know when, I reckon it was 2009, somewhere in that area. When we met him, he was driving a big old yellow 379. I mean, a nice looking old 379. So, I don't know what happened to Orwell or what happened, but that's not the first 379 he ever had, because he had another one that looked damn good too.
Yeah, well, I did get a chance to chat with Cue Ball, and for the first time, he brought Tim Gentry, so it was Cue Ball and Tim Gentry over there at the booth, so I got to meet him.
That's a character, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a character there, boy. Cue Ball in the same room together, oh, look out. But, Steve, there's something going on right now, and I can't put my finger on it, but I was telling Debbie, there's something just ain't right with this economy. I mean, coming across this trip, I noticed at night, the trucks were only half full, and today I had to go out to Weatherford and eat and everything, and when I was out there at that Petro, I bet you there wasn't 8 trucks in the parking lot. And truck traffic is really down at night. It ain't like it was. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know whether everybody's holding back to see what these tariffs are going to do, or, it's just so screwed up from the Biden administration. They're waiting to see what's going to happen, but there's something, and I can't put my finger on it, but it just something ain't right. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I mean, on my way down. I mean, we went down last Wednesday about midday. I was wondering where the hell all these people are going. The interstate was packed all the way down.
Well, see, that's what I can't figure out is I run Saturday. I left and out of Columbia and went down to Mobile and went across. And I was talking to a buddy of mine, old clutch captain, and I got to tell him a shout out to clutch captain. He listens to the show, been a long time listener, but the jackass won't call in. He's chicken, so I double dog day to call this show tonight there, Captain Clutch. I know you're listening. But I was telling him, I said, man, I said, the traffic just ain't out here. I said, after about 9 o'clock, it just thinned out. And this is what, they're starting the beach weekend? And JJ said he was down there at Myrtle Beach and said the crowd was real light. So I don't know what's going on. I really don't. But something stinks in Denmark. Ain't been able to put my finger on it yet, but maybe somebody can tell us different what's going on. But anyway, Steve, that's about all I got tonight. I just wanted to call in and see if you survived the truck show and everything. And seen a couple of people I hadn't seen in a long while. They're cruising the halls of the truck show, and good to see Toby. The interview you give with Toby and Todd Spencer and Louis Pugh and all else. So I didn't miss too much of it. I was right there with you watching it.
Well, a lot of folks were asking about the Gouger. Where's he at? I said, he was sick for so long and he took so much time off. He's got to be, I guess he's making a few bucks right now. And then he said, yeah, is he ever going to retire? And I said, well, according to our last conversation, he's talking about retiring on his birthday. I don't know.
Well, that's the game plan. I told Debbie, I said, if we can get this truck sold, and I've got feelers out everywhere, and had a few nibbles, but had one guy call me. He said, well, you want to do a lease purchase plan? I said, I'm not Prime Incorporated. You raise me cold hard cash, and you drive the truck off the lot. No, sir, I don't do lease purchase. I'm not in the lease purchase business.
Mm-hmm.
And but I've had 3 or 4 solid hits. They kind of trying to Jew me down a little bit. I said, boys, I done come down far as I'm coming. And I said, if it sits there at the house, then I grow flowers in it. It ain't gonna bother me. So that's where we're at right now. We're looking at June the 12th of calling it an end to the career. Just that's where we're at.
Well, and then we'll see how long that end lasts. Will you be back out there like Big Ed? 'Cause
no, Steve, I'm a tell you the God's honest truth is I've got a bunch of friends that we grew up together driving trucks, and they said, you're going to miss it. I said, I was all 79 days, and I never missed it one time.
Really?
I said, the aggravation and putting up with all these foreigners out here, and everything, and I said, I'm not going to miss it. I said, the thing that I am not going to miss is this damn ELD. Running up against that clock, don't never have time to stop to talk to nobody or anything. You got to run in and eat. And Steve, that is something else that is you can't get a balanced meal out here no more.
Right.
And people say, well, carry the truck. I don't want to carry the truck. I don't want to cook in the damn truck. I'm not a gourmet chef. I want to be sit down and eat and roll on. And I mean, and the prices have got just completely out of hand out here. And I mean, and these big truck stop chains are killing us. I mean, they just murdering us and ain't biting no bones about it. And I don't think. I mean, like I say, I've got a pretty good gig lined up working for the waste management walk out there and push that button. Good morning. How you doing this morning? Put your trash right there. Push that button. One thing. Bam, man. Back out. I can ride my bicycle to work in the morning. And I get to see all my kin people and all my fishing buddies and everything. And David said, you'll have damn cars backed up to something out there talking. So, it said, yeah, that'd be a good thing for you. So, now, Steve, I'll miss my friends and family. 50 years is a long time to be the jockey behind the wheel in one of these days. And I've had a pretty impressive career. And I just think I want to go home and be with the last 3 grandchildren and watch them grow up, go to the ball games and dance recitals and stuff like that. I didn't see my kids grow up, and I didn't see those other 5. There's one set of them I see them once a year now, and they live about 200 miles from us, but those 3 that live right there around me, man, I got them spoiled ass rotten. Now, Steve, I'm not going to lie to you. That last one, I got him calling everybody, hey, Bo. And he's a character. Now, I'm telling you, he's a character. But, Steve, we're going to back on out of here and let somebody else get run ahead. And if I think of something else tonight, I'll call you in that loneliest hour.
All right, good to hear from you. The Carolina Monkey Gouger. I kind of suspected we'd be hearing from Horse Feathers this morning because we spent some time there together over the weekend as well. He actually brought his better half. He brought the guppy with him. Just sent me an email here a few minutes ago. No work today. Have a great show. So he's off tonight. Of course, if he were actually working tonight, he probably wouldn't want to be out there anyway because they had torrential rains there along the eastern seaboard. That's going to be winding down as we progress on into a Tuesday. About a minute before news break. Philip is on board, and I did say finally. I did not catch it myself, but I guess finally this past morning, an interview on Fox News Channel's America's Newsroom. Our stranded astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, appearing. They discussed their return to Earth off the Florida coast. And apparently a bit of the discussion was about who was to blame for stranding them in space. While the two, they say, didn't outright condemn former President Biden's administration for being stuck, they did say they had no reason to doubt President Trump and Elon Musk's claims. As far as why they were stuck there for 9 months. So I'll tell you more on that. Get Philip's take, see how things have been over the past week. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up this Taco Tuesday.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Periscope, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, welcome back. I left off talking about Butch and Sonny. Yeah, the question was asked, what would you like to say to President Trump and Elon Musk? To which Butch Wilmore says, I'd like to say, I respect you. I trust you. You've given me no reason not to trust you, either one of them. What they say, I can't say what they say. I haven't lived that, but I have no reason not to believe anything they say because they've earned my trust. And for that, I'm grateful that our national leaders actually are coming in, taking part in our human spaceflight program, which we see as hugely important global significance, and that they actually take an active role. And based on the past and what we see now with them doing, that's refreshing. Not just refreshing, it's empowering. It's strengthening for our nation. It's good for our nation and the national leaders especially, something that's high visibility when they're involved in that process. And I'm grateful for that. So I guess, long story short, they made it sound like they're getting used to gravity again. Welcome, Florida. Welcome back to Philip in Florida. How we been?
Oh, we've been doing okay. And you know what? Butch Wilmore, he's a stand-up guy. Because, you know, most people, when they've been in the situation that he's been in up there, would just, you know, just whatever, scapegoat around things. But he stood up as a commander and said that part of the blame is for him. He accepted part of the blame for what went on up there because he said there was a lot of things that he wasn't paying attention to that they probably could have questioned and maybe changed some things.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that part of the interview, Steve?
I didn't actually see any of the interview. I had the recap there that I was sharing.
Yeah, I didn't see the interview myself, the whole thing, but I've seen parts of it here and there, and one of the parts that he focused on was he was talking about, as a commander, I made mistakes. He said there was things that I probably should have paid attention to a little bit more that could have made things a lot different for me and Sonny. And I'm telling you what, that is a true stand-up guy there. You know, he's like, hey, maybe I made a mistake in the way I dealt with situations that I could have made things a lot better for both of us. But he is a true commander, though, and I'm telling you, he is a good man. He's a good man, and he's a good, reputable guy. Hey, Monkey Gouger, as far as cue ball goes, dude, I didn't start following cue ball until he was driving Orwell. I know about the yellow Peterbilt, and Steve has mentioned many times that he regrets selling that yellow 379. Even when he got this black 379, he said, this is like a truck I had before, and I regret selling that yellow 379. And I haven't known Steve to drive nothing but Orwell. You know, I'm not like you guys. I haven't really followed him until now. And Steve, did you see what Tim Gentry did after talking to you?
Now that I did not. I was pretty much locked in my booth the whole time.
Okay, so Tim Gentry, I'm going to tell you what, guys. You guys work in an industry with a lot of folks that really appreciate each other, believe it or not. And it was, if you won't believe me, you look at Tim Gentry's live from Louisville when he was changing out his turbo on his truck. Tim Gentry was changing out a turbo on the truck while it was sitting there. And he, for lack of a better way of explaining this, I know some of the guys aren't mechanical or whatever, but he was having some issues with some studs on an exhaust manifold that holds the turbo. Okay? Not only did one of the premier makers of a lot of stuff for Caterpillar that are making a lot of aftermarket parts for them, one of the premier guys, I don't want to mention them on the show, but I will. If you want me to, Steve, I will. I'll mention to them, but I know how it is. But these guys stepped up and give him almost a whole setup and replaced it on his truck. Now, the guy that gave him the turbo that they were going to put on, they still put his turbo on there, but there was a lot of people running around that show getting parts for Tim Gentry, and they stepped up to the plate. And a matter of fact, the exhaust manifold that they took off the truck that had the problems is actually being fixed by another person that was at that show. And they took it away and said, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it, Tim, and get it taken care of.
How about that?
So there's a lot of stand-up people in the trucking industry. And this, do you mind if I say who these people were that gave Tim those parts, Steve?
No, not at all.
Have you heard of a company called PDI?
It does not ring a bell.
Okay, so PDI, they make a lot of things. They make turbos, they make exhaust manifolds, they make kits for turbos, they make all kinds of engine stuff. A really stepped up company. And I'm going to tell you what, Steve, at that show, they spent thousands of dollars to be at that show. And guess what? They gave Tim Gentry all the stuff he needed.
Wow.
They
That's
wheeled
cool.
over boxes and said, hey, we've got this, we've got that. Anything that he needed, he had at his hand right there to put that truck back together and get it running. And that's stand-up guys. These guys, they deal with semi-casual. I know you know who they are. And Fitzgerald and all those guys. But they did a stand-up deal and gave Tim what he needed to get his truck going. And it was amazing. And it's a really good video. It's a really long video. It's probably a couple hours. And as far as you losing your audio, Steve, I went to my first break at the store, and I was watching you had just come on, and there was no sound. I don't know if you got my text or not. I sent you a text to your phone. But it was on the Facebook and the YouTube feeds. It wasn't on the app. The app, I listened to the show on the app after I figured out what was going on. But I'm going to tell you what, Steve, you should be pretty proud. You had some pretty good interviews. I don't know if you realize it or not, but you remember the guy that was from Michigan, that MD alignment guy?
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to tell you what, guys, if y'all want to replay that show, that part of it, when he had that guy, I believe it was day 2, and or that might have been Saturday when you had him. Yeah, well, I think it was Saturday. And he started talking about MPG. Did you remember some of the numbers he was talking about on MPG that guys are getting on the truck?
Yeah, like 10 plus.
He said there was guys having competitions, and one guy had got up, I believe he said, and I might be wrong, you have to listen to the replay and tell me, I might be wrong, but he said they had guys getting 12 miles a gallon with a truck.
Yes.
That is insane, folks. And that's watching how you drive, and that's watching every little nuance of what could happen on that deal. So, good job, Steve. Those interviews, I from listening to Area Diesel and obviously Q-Ball, Tim Gentry, Bruce Wilson was an interesting interview. Him talking about the internet and about how YouTube works. That was a very interesting interview. There was quite a few of them that were very interesting. Now let's get back on space. Guess what SpaceX did yesterday? They launched 2 rockets in one. Launched a Starlink at almost 4 o'clock. Then about 9:45, they launched some folks up into space that are going to do a polar orbit. Did you see that one, Steve?
I was looking at that earlier. 4 first-time astronauts. I'm sorry, I had to sneeze there. 4 first-time astronauts. So they're, what is a polar orbit?
Okay, so if you take the Earth and you look at the Earth, the equator, now we know everything. When we work on anything, we know things go vertical and we know things go horizontal. So if you look at the Earth, the horizontal line that goes around the Earth is called the equator. Okay? Now, a polar orbit is the vertical line that goes around the Earth. So instead of going from side to side, they're going up and down around the Earth. Does that make sense, Steve?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Interesting.
Now, the thing that's really interesting about this flight is it's a 90-degree orbit. Now, when you say 90 degrees, I'm not a big geometry guy, but 90 degrees straight up and down, that means they're going, if you took the Earth and made it like an X, they're going up and down, straight up and down, 90 degrees. That hasn't been done too many times in space history. I think the Russians have done it once. I think we've done it once. We did it in the 60s. The Russians did it, I want to say, around the 60s, or maybe even possibly as late as the 80s. But to do that orbit, it's a big thing to try to get the vehicle in the trajectory in the right angle to put it into a 90-degree orbit And then also, Steve, they have a cinematographer that's going to be on this flight, who's going to be taking footage of this flight. So you're going to see stuff from like the Northern Lights. You're going to be seeing views that they've never seen before. Not even these science telescopes have pulled up these kind of views of things. So it's pretty interesting stuff. It's a big deal. And guess what? We're not paying for it, guys. It's being paid for by SpaceX and private funding. So this flight, it was paid for privately. It's not being paid for by all of us taxpayers out here. So what do you think about that, Steve? That's pretty cool, isn't it?
I think that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it says they're going to be. They got a whole bunch of, I guess, experiments. It's only like a 3 to 5 day mission. They'll grow mushrooms in space, capture X-ray images of the human body in microgravity, and some 20 other experiments over the next 3 to 5 days.
Yes, they've got a lot of stuff. But the big thing that they're going to be doing, they're going to be doing a lot of video. They're going to be doing a lot of photography stuff. It's going to be, this is something that you wouldn't even see on like a Hubble looking back at the Earth. You know, that's, if you took like one of those satellite telescopes and looked back at the Earth, this is stuff that you couldn't even catch with one of those. So it's going to be pretty cool. It's going to be a neat mission. But I tell you what, Steve, I tell you what, I'm really thinking about seriously going to that show. I really am. After I've seen what I've seen the last couple of years, I'm thinking about going. I got to get my stuff together. But I do appreciate you mentioning me when you were talking to Q-Ball and Tim Gentry, and I was surprised when they said they both know that I follow them. That was what kind of surprised me about those two guys, especially Tim. You know, because I've watched a lot of Tim's stuff. Bruce Wilson actually got Tim into the game, and Tim has helped Q-Ball even more. Q-Ball is turning into an amazing editor, and if you're listening, Steve, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. He has turned his videos into, he's doing a really good job of making his content where he's drawing a lot of people and it's showing. Just like Tim Gentry, same way with Bruce Wilson. You can tell their work when they do their work. They're drawing more of their audience in, just like you do, Steve. You know, hopefully we can make this show as big as what their followings are on YouTube. So, but with that, I'm going to tell y'all goodbye, and y'all have a good night. Thanks, buddy.
All right, thank you for tuning us in there over the weekend at the truck show and being a part of the show. About 12 before the hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
All right, let's check in with Vic, I believe, is online. It's been a few days. How we doing, Vic?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good there. I heard you mention that Chip was there at the show. Was that Chip Pratt, your producer, or was that different?
That was, Chip Pratt and old Seg Dennison. They come by to say hi.
Yeah, well, I don't know why, but I had to babysit my daughter's house while they were away, plus doing a couple other projects they had going on. So that's why I wasn't able to make it down there to the truck show, and even missed the farm show because I didn't want to say anything about it before the truck show. But they had a problem with some sort of a strange disease, respiratory disease, and I think Monkey Gouger was talking about that he and his wife had come down.
Yes.
Down with that. It's kind of a mystery illness. So anyway, that's the first time that I've missed both of those shows in about probably 15 or 20 years, and a lot of my friends have died off. So that's why I was kind of curious. But back to, does Chip still have the same police job that he had years ago, or is he moved on to something else?
He's working several different positions. He's still doing like security there at UC Hospital. So yeah, he mentioned a couple of different places he's doing security.
Oh, okay.
Security work.
Yeah, well, after they had that blow up there with UC police force and the Cincinnati police force about some guy that didn't have a license on the front of his truck or something.
Yeah.
Front of his car, I should have said. I think they kind of clipped the wings on the UC police force and wouldn't let them enforce Cincinnati laws or whatever it was. But anyway, back to really what I called about was, you were mentioning this deal with Social Security, and I have a niece that's been paraplegic since she was 9 years old, and she managed to get a job with the Social Security, and she had a trainer, and the trainer said that she was untrainable or something or whatever, and she lost that job. The union would not come to her defense, and the Civil Service Commission would not come to her defense, and that particular trainer was basically, if she didn't like it, she was getting rid of people. And I wondered at the time, I thought, it sounds to me like she's trying to get her own little crew in there to do what she wants them to do. And now with all this stuff that's coming out with Social Security, I can understand how that they have people that are getting money that really shouldn't be getting money. And the other thing is, I thought that everybody on Social Security now had to have direct deposit. You had to have a bank account number and deposit that to that bank account. I didn't realize they were still writing checks, mate. So that struck me as odd that people are getting all these checks with Social Security. And the other thing along with that, you mentioned about Burma or Myanmar or the Chin population. That war's been going on over there forever. Elena Chow, Mitch McConnell's wife, she was always pretty pro-Asian, and there was a woman over there that was like the prime minister or something or whatever, and there was a military junta that came in there and basically overthrew her, put her under house arrest, and that's whenever Mitch McConnell arranged the temporary protected status for all the Burmese people. Or they renamed it Myanmar, but oddly enough, the State Department still refers to it as Burma. And that's when they all started coming into America, and they got a lot of them here around Indianapolis, and they got so much money, and I can't really get to. I have really looked at it too much, but what happened was they claimed that it cost $9,000 for them to come through one of these townships here, the township I live in, and it specified that this is a township they had to come to. And it's like, no, that doesn't really sound right to me. But when I bought the subdivision I bought into had a really good school, and people were on a waiting list to get into that school, and that's one of the reasons I bought in here. And then the next thing I know, all the Burmese show up, and they start building onto the school and raised our taxes. And it's like, this just isn't right. And by and large, them whenever the woman got back out and the house arrest and became the prime minister again, she was very revengeful and dictatorial, and they had the election, and she got elected again, and that's why the war started all over again. But now you go around this area, and that particular group over in Burma is called from an old country of Chin, Chin, and you see all these different churches and all these other people, all these other things, that they're now the Chin population. And I imagine that they're soaking up on everything that they can, because I know when they first came over, a lot of these churches made room for them and helped them get jobs and one thing and another, and probably the Social Security cards and all that. So now what they have was the people over there that they're still at war, and they've been at war forever, I think, and to tell you about the Burmese, they got mad at the English people in World War II, and basically they sabotaged the English people and helped the Japanese take over Burma. And if you ever watched that bridge over the River Kwai, that's kind of a fictionalized version of everything that went on. But what was so odd was when they got the Japanese, they decided the Japanese weren't very kind either, and they tried to get the.
And right there, we got a pause as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll return after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademark Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
the CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Speaking of the West Coast, hello to Santa Claus, top of the morning, 52 degrees in Sacramento, California. He said chains are required eastbound from Baxter, California to the Nevada state line, and it is closed westbound. Yeah, still contending with some wintry precipitation in parts of the country. Hello to Carl this morning. All right, we're down to the final four, right? March Madness. He said, I'm picking Houston to beat Duke, Auburn to beat Florida, for an Auburn versus Houston finale, and Houston going all the way, all right? I hope that's the way you had your brackets set up. All right, let me get back and finish up with Vic there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, well, before I get finish up this topic, long story short, there's a group of people over there in Burma, or Myanmar as they call it now, that were known as the Chin, and the Chin population. And a lot of the other countries don't even want them around, like Bangladesh and others, where they tried to move into there, because it seems like wherever they go, they cause a lot of problems. And even to some extent, that they brought the tribes within the Chin. They're always fighting amongst themselves, and even here that some of them have moved over here into Indianapolis, the different sects or tribe or whatever you want to call them. They don't get along. Some's more aggressive than others. So we'll just leave it at that. It's kind of like the Israel-Gaza situation. The Gazans, the Palestinians, they're not welcome amongst most of their neighbors either. So, excuse me. So anyway, that's just kind of the situation of that. And I hate to hear Trump say he was going to do something for them. Before he does that, I hope he takes a long, hard look at their history, going back to World War II. And my personal feeling is that they really don't deserve help. And the other thing, too, is outside of Africa, they're the second largest aid population in the world, which nobody wants to talk about. But back to the stuff that's here and now. Yeah, here in the United States, I know that the New Madrid Fault, it's been about 20 years ago that they went and studied all that. Well, I guess it's really been longer than that. But anyway, all the bridges and everything that are built and tall buildings and everything else, they have to be earthquake proof as best as they can. I know a lot of the bridges are supposed to be built with some sort of a ball bearing suspension system, on the edges that they can withstand a fair amount of movement without falling into the river. So I don't know if they followed that procedure over there in I guess it was there at Bangkok, Thailand, and all that. What they do over there, I have no idea, but I do know that the Japanese do a very good job of building earthquake-proof buildings. So that might be one of the reasons. Maybe they just kind of keep it up on the population. I mean, on the not the population, but the criteria for the building structures, and then to kind of switch over to, you were talking, Brenda was talking about the racing and stuff. I did find some interesting stuff out over the weekend because I was looking up the different type of engines and racing rules. And under the old USAC racing rules, before NASCAR took over, yeah, you could get black flagged and blue flagged, and they had to yell it. If you pulled over on somebody and basically deliberately to block them, you get a blue flag. And that meant you had to move out of the way, and if you didn't move out of the way, you get a black flag, which meant you were out of the race. So then whenever the Flock brothers and all them took over NASCAR, they kind of loosened up some of the rules, and then the factories got really deeply involved, and I didn't realize I had to thank the Lone Ranger, because I guess that Z28 302 that they built for the Camaros, that was an outlaw engine, and GM didn't even want it built. But they took the pistons out of a 427 and a crankshaft out of a 283 and allowed it to rev to 7,000 RPMs. And then they strengthened up the block and things. But GM was wanting to sell the big block engines at the time. So I guess that if you can find an original Z28 or even the parts out of it, the prices that people would pay for that, I mean, it was ridiculous just for the engine parts. But I guess people would, in that collector car business, you'd have to have somebody more familiar with it than me. But and the other thing too is Double R's talking about his truck years ago when I used to mess with the new engines. You had to, when they first started putting computers in them, you had to run them like for 500 miles for that computer to relearn that engine after you reset them. So I don't know what they're like now, but that was all. And the very last thing I want to mention was back to Trump. The Heritage Foundation was actually started by the Coors Brewing Company out of Colorado. And that was a very conservative company. And I can understand now, I watched a documentary on that, I can understand now why that the liberals are so upset that Trump might be looking to the Heritage Foundation on that Project 2025, because they've had Coors and the Heritage Foundation has had a long history of battling all these liberal organizations. And Coors at one time even had a private police force that would monitor the personal habits of their employees. And somehow, some way, they even intermarried into the DuPont family. It was a rather interesting documentary that had on YouTube on them. So that was kind of understandable. And the very last thing is, I don't know why we're worrying about everybody all over the country, because we have a real problem south of the border with the Organization of American States and the Chinese trying to build a canal through Nicaragua. And you mentioned Santa Claus. Was he originally from Nicaragua? Or did I get that confused in my mind?
Yes, I believe he was, because that's where he was looking to retire back down there. And then they had some political unrest or whatever, and he said, maybe now's not the time, right? So, let me see here. Senor Heatwave, what's going on?
No, good morning, Senor. I ain't real happy. We got coaches that finally do something good with our teams here at University of New Mexico. They leave. Then I can understand. The most a coach makes at the University of New Mexico is $1.2 million a year. Now, we had Bronco Mendenhall for a football coach, and he put some life and some fire under the guys' butts, and they actually had a real decent season, even though they were 5-7. But the 5 wins was the most they've ever had in the last 4 years prior to his arrival. Then Utah State says, hey, come up here, and I can understand him wanting to go home and being closer to family, probably making more money. And the college has 2 years to pay the $2 million, or 3 years to pay the $2 million buyout. Then y'all go ahead and take Richard Pitino at Xavier, and they had a buyout clause that was going to be at $1.5 million. But the athletic director at UNM still had to be there for that to be enforced. Well, hell, he left last year, so it dropped it down to $750,000, and obviously Xavier's got the money to come on down and say, here you go, here's your $750,000, now come on up here and coach for us. And I guess Richard and his wife are from that neck of the woods because their parents are, that was one of the excuses he gave, be closer to the parents. I guess both sets are getting old. I don't know exactly where St. John's is, but, when you're making $3 million more a year than what you were at University of New Mexico, yeah, I can see going. And your damn Reds beat the hell out of the Texas Rangers. Eesh, why? 14-3? Oh, please. Yeah, I'm not a happy camper. So anyways, I had my own issues on Friday trying to get out of Salt Lake City. 2 hours to drive 40 miles. Obviously, I wasn't going to make Albuquerque. I mean, if it was normal speed all the way through, not having to worry about these small towns, yeah, I could have made it, but I get to the end of where the backups were, and everybody just start cruising 70, 80 mile an hour down I-15. It's like, what in the hell? Where's the accident? I guess they were all anxious getting home and going to the basketball parties or whatever, but yeah, spending that in Farmington, New Mexico. Ooh. Not really a whole lot to cheer about, but had a real nice weekend with my daughters. You got Charlotte, my youngest, and then Alicia. Took them out for a daddy-daughter's dinner date.
Oh, yeah?
Now, say that real fast 5 times. Whoa. Yeah, it pick them up and went to the Cracker Barrel and just sat and had brunch and just chatted for about 2 hours. It was a nice visit, so we're going to try to make that a monthly thing. I told those two, I said, look, y'all decide when and where. Just don't do it on Easter Sunday, all right? So anyway, because that's going to be a mess. But, we had a real nice time. Nice visit. Charlotte's upset because they moved another 15 miles further away. It's like, well, you know what? You got to do what you got to do. They're still in the Albuquerque area, but yeah, it's 50 miles instead of 35, so no big deal there. Oh, Lordy. Well, I'll tell you what, I am fighting some wind out here on I-40 going westbound. Dadgummit. Plus these roads in New Mexico. Of all the things that the governor's got to gripe about, that jackass will not fix these highways. They want to keep the semis in the right lanes. And it's like, well, then let's build the highway up to where it can support the heavier traffic on one lane. No, that's going to cost money. But we got money to spend on the other frivolous things. Now, I don't know. I haven't heard. Did they pass that 65 mile an hour speed limit for trucks here in the state? I haven't heard.
New Mexico. No, I know they were talking about it, but I'm not sure if they passed it or not.
Well, this state is so damn blue. It's 55-45, blue versus red. And it don't matter. I mean, as like Trump said before, he could find the cure for cancer and he'd still get booed. And that's just the way these people are. They voted Democrat all their life. They're true blue. And it don't matter if it's for dog catcher or for president, they're gonna vote blue, no matter how bad the blue person was to begin with. So, but yeah, it's out here running to Phoenix, and I already got the room set up. So by the time I get there, I ought to crash pretty heavily. I don't know. I was expecting to get out at 8:40 this evening. And then they said, "Oh no, it's 10:40." And I was hooking up to the trailers. You know, I normally, when I hook up to the front box, I'll pull up twice, give it a tug test, and then I back and put it in reverse and push back on it. I hooked up my lines and applied the air, and there was a little more banging and buckling than what I was accustomed to. So I did a quick walk around. Everything looked all right except for the dolly connecting the second box to the front box. It's on a pintle hook. So if you for those who don't know what a pintle hook is, you got an O on the get your hands where your pointer finger and your thumb on one, and then put your pointer finger and thumb through the other, through the hole. And that's kind of how these things hook up. In fact, it is how they hook up. Well, that trailer made it from Oklahoma City to Albuquerque with the pintle hook up. So the only thing holding that damn thing in was the jam that comes out when you apply the air, and it grabs the front of the pintle hook, or the little circular piece that goes in the pintle hook. And they must not have set the brakes, because when you take the air off the trailers, well, that little jam rolls right back into the relaxed position, so you can actually pull the dolly off whenever you're separating the trailers.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, that's a little dangerous. So I took pictures and I sent it to my terminal manager and our planner, and I says, "Boys, we were lucky with this one." But it's probably somebody new that didn't realize you could use your hooks on your chains to beat the damn things. Of course, I sprayed it with the competitor's lube, and I don't know if Hot Shot's got a lube, and if they do, I need to find it. But here, the competitor's lube is good as well. But Gouger was talking about the foreigners out here. Yeah, it really is a crying shame that we've got people out here that can't speak the language. They get the driving test in their language, but the only two signs you have out here are English and Spanish, and the Spanish signs are down around the border states with Mexico, 20 miles in, and that's pretty much it. And it's like, it needs to be, if you can't speak English, you're done. Yeah, you're not driving here. We need to reinstate that damn rule. So
I have a sneaky suspicion it's coming. It's coming back.
Good. It can't get here fast enough. I'll tell you that much right now. And Gouger, there might be a gentleman out here. I had talked to him about you and your truck. You're trying to get sell it and retire. I'll send the information to you, Steve, and then you can pass it along to Gouger. And I'll make sure first that this gentleman I was talking to is sincere about getting that truck, because it sounds like he really wants to be an owner up. I don't know if he was one before or not, but he sure sounded interested about that tractor that Gouger has. So anyways, it was good to hear from Gouger. I hadn't heard from him in a while, so. But hopefully this time around I'll be a nighttime driver and not a solar one for the week. So other than that, we will holler at you later. You have yourself a good night, Senor.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Senor Heatwave. Couple minutes, we'll hit news break. Knucklebuster got some baloney. We'll say happy April Fool's Day to Pappy. You ever noticed back when I used to actually tune into the evening news, ABC, NBC, CBS. Now, we're going back years ago. But when it comes to advertising, commercial breaks, it seems like every single break was always some new drug being introduced. The big pharmaceutical companies. I guess it was not a figment of my imagination. The Health and Human Services Secretary, RFK Jr., according to numerous reports, is planning to push for the banning of big pharma television ads. Did you realize the United States is one of the only countries that actually permits direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising, which Kennedy has long condemned? If the reports are true and he's successful at banning pharmaceutical advertising on TV, Liz Wheeler says it would spark a massive societal earthquake. Two things are going to happen, she says. Corporate media will sink. Mainstream media is just a fake business, she says. It's an artificially propped up by massive ad dollars from big pharmaceutical ads, not because of the return on investment. Big Pharma buys so many TV ads for the sheer purpose of preventing reporting on the corruption of Big Pharma. If that's your bread and butter, you're not going to see anything bad about them, right? If pharma companies are banned from buying those ads and those dollars disappear, so do the networks. You will watch before your very eyes as highly paid mainstream media anchors are fired. Networks are going to panic. Some of them are even going to shut down as paychecks are not paid to staff. And then we will finally, she says, get honest reporting. When the gravy train of big pharma ad dollars to television stops, we will suddenly see reporting on the corruption of big pharma, of these drugs that don't do what they claim they're going to do, on vaccines, and even the harm that comes from some vaccines. We will see reporting on medical associations like the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, and government regulation agencies like the CDC and the FDA. You're going to see reporting that was previously prohibited because the ad money that pharmacies or pharmaceutical companies paid these networks was really just a payoff for the network's silence. It is a money laundering scheme. It's been all along to keep reporters silent about the abuses of big pharma. That's quite interesting. We'll return following a news break here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Senior Heatwave was talking about some winds out west. Yeah. You've got a stormy pattern out west over the coming days. It started off the week. One storm moved in during the second half of the weekend, stuck around through the past day. As the new storm moves in a number of locations, it may not have an appreciable break between the two storms through today. The stormy pattern will bring in slightly cooler conditions as the work week commences. Temperatures are going to gradually decline from widespread 60s along the California-Oregon coast down to the low to mid-50s toward midweek. Most spots are going to be 5 to 10 degrees below average for this time of year. The main storm of the week will be impacting locations in the Pacific Northwest, most directly. Pushing ashore in Northern California later this morning, bringing some heavier rain, maybe some thunder to the Northern California, Southern Oregon coast, moving inland, giving Central California another round of showers. Forecasters note that snow levels are projected to drop into early this week to 3,000-4,000 feet as temperatures drop and the storm pushes into the Pacific Northwestern states Tuesday to Wednesday. Across the mountains, snow is going to be more prevalent in the early week event, although nothing comparable to some of the previous storms this year. Still, up to a couple feet of snow could pile up over the high country of the northern Sierra Nevada, the Siskiyous, and the southern Oregon Cascades. Travel delays or possible closures may occur along the mountain roads and passes. Check the status of the roads and weather conditions before you start your journey. Later in the week, looks like a drier setup will encompass the west coast. Temperatures will gradually rise, and lingering precip from the storms will slowly advance across the Rockies and then emerge into the plains. All right, as a Knucklebuster on a Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday feels like a Monday to me, though. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. It's a totally terrific Tuesday there, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, just next time Monkey gathers out there in Amarillo, Texas, he better watch out for that boy on an electric scooter riding 65 mile an hour down Interstate 40 on an electric scooter. So, he don't have no helmet on. The only safety gear he got on is closed-toed shoes. Y'all don't run over him out there. Well, Steve, we found a package deal for us. It's a 1996 Daytona 24 winning Oldsmobile race car, and the support truck is up for sale, Steve. Well, it comes with a nice little price tag, too. It's currently selling on eBay for $675,000. That's just chump change for you, right?
Whoa, okay.
I know better than that. Well, I read where Dolly Parton warned this other singer that was making an album with her. She says, I don't cuss, I don't make fun of Jesus, I don't talk bad about God, and I don't say dirty words on camera, but known to if I get mad enough. Well, I bet that little short, big-hooded woman could tell you a new backside, Steve, if you got her riled up. What do you think?
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yep, I know. All women are like that. It don't take long there, right? Just say the wrong thing there. Hey, that woman that Virginia, whatever her name is there, she's they give her about 4 days to live. That charged Jeffrey Epstein with all of his shenanigans. She got run over by a school bus down there in Australia. How convenient is that for Slick Willie and Prince Philip? It didn't say anything about the kids being on the bus. I don't know, Steve. I ain't just riding around in the outback. Is that what happened?
Boy, I know you sent me a link to that email that she was seriously injured in a wreck, but I did not realize what. So I pulled the story up here. I guess what, kidney failure, and she's got days to live? Wow.
Yep. Yeah, how convenient is that for Slick Willie? Boy, he's going to get out of trouble again, ain't he? All right. What do you call two Scottish lesbians, Steve?
I bet you know the answer. I have no idea.
Gaelic?
That's all my bull on it for this go around, Steve. We'll talk at you on that long list iron.
I hear you. Yes, indeed. He's talking about Virginia Guffrey, one of the Jeffrey Epstein accusers, formerly known as Virginia Roberts, announced yesterday or Sunday that she has days to live after a high-speed crash involving a school bus in Australia has led to kidney failure. This year has been the worst start to a new year. But I won't bore anyone with the details, but I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 70 miles per hour, as we were slowing for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. She shared images of herself, bruises on her face, head, and torso, lying in a hospital bed. I've gone into kidney renal failure. They've given me 4 days to live, transferring me to a specialist hospital in urology. Spokesperson for Guffrey said in a statement she'd been in a serious accident and being treated at a hospital. She's been in a serious accident. She appreciates the support and well wishes people are sending. I mean, renal failure, I mean, that's you've got the dialysis option, don't you? Okay, we'll see what comes with that. But, well, April Fools, Pappy, you got me.
Steve, I don't know. Can you hear me all right? For some reason, you kept breaking up. I don't know if I got a bad connection. I got all bars on my phone, but how do I sound?
Loud and clear.
All right. Well, keep going then, but I didn't think you'd fall for it that easy, Steve. Man, let me tell you an old April Fool's joke. I used to be a kind of a prankster years ago. So anyway, Steve, this is back when cordless phones first started coming around. So I was going to prank some friends. We lived directly behind them. Now, let me give you the layout to this house. When you go to their front door, there's a set of steps that go up, living room to the left, bathroom straight ahead upstairs, and then it goes downstairs. So I grabbed the cordless phone, and I'm like, man, I wonder how far this thing will go, you know? So I'm over there walking over towards the house, and I dial the number, and Sandy answers, and I'm standing on her front porch, and I'm like, Sandy, a bunch of cops just rolled up in front of your house, man. I don't know what's going on, but there's like 4 or 5 of them. She goes, okay, thanks, and she hangs up. I start banging on the door. Steve, thank God the door was open. I pushed it open to say, April Fools, and there she is, standing in the bathroom, getting ready to dump a bunch of devil's lettuce down the toilet.
Oh boy!
So I'm glad I stopped her before she did, or I would have been my ass. I'll tell you that much. Not that. I will not confirm or deny that back in the mid '80s, you know, used to partake in any of that. But anyway, Steve. Glad everybody made it back from the trucking show. Seemed like a good show. I didn't get to catch a whole lot of it, but everything I seen was very good. Very good, man. Looked like there was a great turnout. You were right, man. I mean, you kept pounding out them interviews left and right. Hey, real quick, man, hey, before I forget, that segment you just did, that what you just read off about the network media, man, yes, Steve, that is 100%. I'll tell you what, I mean, they're definitely bought and paid for. And, man, I hate to say it, but, man, Kennedy goes down that road. He might follow in his uncle's and father's footsteps, because, Steve, these people aren't playing around. Man, number 2, the earthquake, man, the Democrats, all this stuff that Doze is right cleaning up, you know that they're chopping at the bits with this earthquake over there. first ones coming out, oh, we got to send them, we got to help them out and send them money. Yeah, those are the first ones that are going to be getting kickbacks. Listen, I'm all for helping people out, but just like the Clintons, you know, we're going to help Haiti out with their little earthquake or hurricane, whatever hit, the hurricane that hit down there. Seen how much money went to help them people out. Man, these attacks keep happening on these Tesla stations, Steve. I got an email today. I'll just leave it at that. But they're still at it.
I mean, I was pretty busy on Saturday. And Saturday was the day, for that national, the day to take down Tesla or whatever. I mean, was there a lot taking place? Do you know, or?
I haven't really heard. I know there's some more coming. I can tell you that much. I can't really talk about any specifics, but we got some intel. There's more happening. But Steve, that's what Marxists and socialists do. That's what Hitler did when he took power in the late 30s. First thing he did, he killed all his political opponents. And that's what they're doing. They are trying to intimidate with fear and violence. It's exactly what's going on here. Make no mistake about it. Did you hear anything about Putin having a stroke?
No, sir.
I want to check that out. I heard a couple rumors out there that Putin maybe had some kind of stroke or something. Find that interesting, if that's to be true. Steve, the other night I was just chilling. I was listening to a couple things and, talking about people being brainwashed. And, Steve, I'm starting to wonder how much was I brainwashed? How much were we brainwashed? Russia, right? They're the bad people. All my life growing up, that's all I heard was Russia bad, Russia bad. Listen, they're not our best buddies, but are they really our enemies, Steve, especially after the fall of the USSR?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Especially after seeing that interview with Tucker. I'm wondering if we're being sold a false bale of goods here, man. Listen, Japan was definitely our enemy from 1941 to 1945. Our biggest enemy besides Germany. And now look at today, Steve. They are our number one ally over in Asia, that part of the world. So this got me thinking that, people that are enemies can be friends. And like that old Josie Wales movie when he approaches that Indian chief to get them guys freed. Said it before on your show. He tells them, I'm here to live with you or die with you, whichever you choose. But I'm telling you that it's not governments that live together, it's people that live together. And people can live together without butchering and raping each other. So I'm really, really disappointed in our government, Steve. Really disappointed, and I'm hoping we get back to what this country was founded on and meant to be. So, really hoping. But all right, brother. Hey, I appreciate you taking the call. Thanks for falling for the April. Man, I was getting texts from Horse Feathers, Brain Dead, Monkey Gouger, thanking me, saying, hey, that just opens up more airtime for us. Thanks a bunch.
What the?
Oh, God love them. All right, Steve, I appreciate it, man. We'll talk at you.
All right, April Fool's Day. Pappy got me out of the box. Said this will be my last night being able to listen live and call in because I'm going to day shift. I mean, I realized we were rolling into April 1, but he got me. It is 844-844-3388. Happy April Fool's Day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, rolling toward news break, top of the hour. Eagle wanted to chime in a bit about some NASCAR, maybe some other sports action. Are you hanging with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the sports by John Force and NHRA racing. John Force over the weekend. He got his 300th victory for his team. Jack Beckman won the funny car, who took Force's place. He won the race in California, Pomona, at basically John Force's track. So, I'm glad to see him get back in and Force get the win after his injuries. Don't look like he's gonna drive again. He got a good replacement in Beckman, so it's forced to just go ahead and stand back and let the young guys do the driving. He can still manage the team and do other things. It's very dangerous sport. So he went on to do that, and then what'd you say?
Well, I'm listening in. Yep.
You still there?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay, yeah, yep. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, you're getting back to that. Yeah, Force, okay. What was I going to say? Oh, I almost forgot. Okay, yeah, well, the car that he had, was the Chevrolet, that's what he got, was the winner. And, Tony Stewart, that's what I want. Yeah, Tony Stewart. He almost won a race yesterday. He still hasn't won an NHRA event. He got to the finals yesterday, and he lost. Came in second place. So he's still looking for his first victory, but I'm pretty sure by the end of the year he still got a lot of races to go. Stewart, hopefully he can get in the victory lane. because his wife is not going to drive. He's married to him. She's a drag racer. He took her place after she had a baby. He just had a baby this year, so we'll see what happens if he stays in the car in 26 or he gets out. Now, getting to the basketball game situation with the college. Yeah, it looks to me like I think Duke is clearly the best team out of all the teams that are left, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe Houston. It's going to be a good ball game, but the guy that's the player for Duke, like I said, I think the college. I think it's not good what's going on with in terms of the college coaches. For them, I think that the players should at least have to stay there for 2 years. That's the reason why you're not seeing a lot of big names in these college games, because these guys are going to school for 1 year and they're done. This guy at Duke, he only playing 1 year, 18, 19 years old, and he's already leaving. He's not coming back to Duke more than likely. Mm-hmm. So that puts the coach in a big predicament, because now there ain't too many Cooper Flags walking around that can replace him. So, it's kind of a bad deal. Like I say, I think they should at least have to stay 2 years, especially with the amount of money that they paying these players now with this NIL deal and stuff. So they get more than enough money to where they should be able to survive in college until they get to the pros. So it's definitely affecting the game, because, like I said, all the big name people that would normally be in college is already in the NBA. It looks like that's what's going on. Now, getting to one other thing, Steve, before I hang up with you, Donald Trump, he sent another plane load of MS-13 rapists and all these other bad people out to that jail down in El Salvador yesterday or a day ago. And he's doing exactly, Steve, you notice how in the last 2 or 3 months since Trump got in the White House, you don't hear about young girls getting raped and molested and thrown off in the woods like you did when Biden was in the White House. What a coincidence. When you get these people off the street and get them in jail where they belong, what a surprise. The crime goes down. Same thing, with all the drug dealing. We don't hear about apartment complexes in Colorado and other states being taken over by gangs, taking people's rent money and away from the landlord. It all come to an end. And it all could have been avoided, Steve. Joe Biden, he blatantly ignored the border for 4 damn years.
Just let it all happen. Yep. Hey, we got to pause there. Final hour coming up, though, right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate, because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Pyi Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." The visit comes as President Trump has doubled down on his goal to take control of Greenland. A U.S. citizen has been arrested for allegedly bringing a lot of drugs into the country.
115 pounds of methamphetamine, worth just short of $100,000, stopped by Border Patrol agents near San Diego. During the inspection, a Border Patrol K-9 team alerted agents to the vehicle and referred it for secondary inspection. The driver was arrested for the transportation of a controlled substance and turned over to the DEA along with the vehicle and narcotics. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
A California surfboard shaper is accusing Lady Gaga of trademark infringement. Matt Bailos says Lady Gaga's Mayhem Tour logo is eerily similar to his trademarked Mayhem logo. He tells the Orange County Register that he can't stop Gaga from using the word mayhem, but the font and likeness is too close to his logo and is featured on the merchandise she's selling. The lawsuit seeks $100 million. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
President Trump says he had an extremely productive call with Canada's Prime Minister as tensions rise between the two nations over tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney said Thursday that the old U.S.-Canada relationship was over. Trump posted Friday that he and Carney agree on many things, will be meeting immediately after Canada's upcoming election. Canada announced a snap election after former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau resigned. An Oklahoma high school principal has been arrested for possessing child sexual abuse material after a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
The school is in Yukon, which is part of the Oklahoma City Metro. The school's name is Southwest Covenant School, and its principal, Kevin Cobbs. He was arrested by the Canadian County Sheriff's Department on Tuesday for allegedly possessing child sexual abuse material. Investigators found an image on his phone depicting a nude 16-year-old boy that he knew. Canadian County Sheriff Chris West spoke with KOCO.
I'm well aware that this is going to be, a really hot topic, especially for the people that are associated with Southwest Covenant. So my heart goes out to them, but we have a job to do, and that's to protect kids.
After Cobbs was arrested, more photos of young males were found on his phone. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
There's an effort to rename Nashville's airport after country music icon Dolly Parton. A petition with over 45,000 signatures has been started to rename Nashville International Airport Dolly Parton International Airport. Organizers say Dolly embodies the quality of Music City. I'm Jim Rinaldi, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe,
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
to provide the music, talk, and sports you love, and to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, we'll kick that final hour off. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Coming up this hour, we've got the breakdown. And when it comes to the trucking industry, this year so far continues to disappoint those that were looking forward to increased freight volumes and increased freight rates in the first quarter. After a disappointing January, spot freight rates for van and refrigerated fell again in February. Flatbed rates stayed roughly even. There's going to be a lot of tariff talk this week. Again, as the trade war launched by President Trump continues to escalate, all eyes are on Wednesday of this week, tomorrow. Trump has repeatedly called April 2nd Liberation Day. Promises to roll out a set of tariffs or taxes on imports from other countries that he says will free the U.S. from a reliance on foreign goods. To do this, Trump has said he'll impose reciprocal tariffs to match the duties that other countries charge on our products. But a lot remains uncertain about how these levies will actually be implemented. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said this past day that the president is going to unveil his plans to place reciprocal tariffs on nearly all American trading partners Wednesday, but maintained the details are up to the president to announce. And oddly enough, for the first time in a long, there hasn't been a whole lot of leaked information on what it's going to be. Nobody really knows what the heck's going to happen. Now, Trump has proven since taking office to be aggressive with his tariff threats, while some critics say he's created a sense of whiplash through on-again, off-again trade actions that makes anticipation action, delays or confusion this week that are going to be much more difficult. Of course, the president arguing the tariffs protect our industries from unfair foreign competition, raising money for the federal government and providing leverage to demand concessions from other countries. Economists stress that broad tariffs at the rates suggested could actually backfire. Tariffs typically trickle down to the consumer through higher prices. Businesses worldwide also have a lot to lose if their costs rise and their sales fall. Import taxes already in effect, coupled with uncertainty about the future trade actions and then possible retaliations, have obviously roiled some of the financial markets. But details are uncertain. Reciprocal tariffs could take the form of product-by-product duties, for example, or broader averages imposed across all goods from each country, or maybe something else entirely. The rates could reflect what other countries charge, as well as their value-added taxes and subsidies to domestic companies. White House trade advisor Peter Navarro said this past day that tariffs could raise $600 billion annually, which would imply an average rate of 20%. Now, President Trump has talked about taxing the European Union, South Korea, Brazil, India, as well as other countries. This past day, Levitt said Trump has been presented with several proposals by his advisors. She added that, the president's going to make the final decision, but right now, not contemplating any countrywide exemptions from said tariffs. Previously delayed import taxes could take effect very soon. The month-long delay for many goods from Canada and Mexico, for example, is set to lapse here in early April. Earlier this month, the president wrote on his social media platform, Truth Social, that the extension granted for Mexican imports covered by the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement that runs through April 2. But further confirmation around a specific date has not been issued. He did say he will place a 25% tariff on all imports from any country that buys oil or gas from Venezuela, which includes the U.S. itself, starting on Wednesday, in addition to imposing new tariffs on the South American country. The 25% tariffs on auto imports will start being collected on Thursday. Taxes on fully imported cars kicking off at midnight. The tariffs set to expand to applicable auto parts in the following weeks. White House says they expect to raise $100 billion in revenue annually from those duties, but economists stress this trade action is going to upend the auto industry's global supply chain, which will mean higher prices for consumers. President Trump imposed a 10% tariff on all Chinese imports back on February 4. He later doubled that to 20% starting on March 4th. China hit back with retaliatory tariffs covering a range of U.S. goods, 15% tariff on coal and liquefied natural gas products, 10% tariff on crude oil from U.S. China also imposed tariffs on up to 15% on key U.S. farm exports that started on the 10th of March. Trump then expanded steel and aluminum tariffs that went into effect earlier in March. Both metals now taxed at 25% across the board, with Trump's order to remove steel exemptions and raise aluminum's levy from the previously imposed 2018 import taxes taking effect March the 12th. Canada and Mexico, two largest trading partners, have also faced steeper tariffs. Of course, earlier in March, Trump implemented the partial month-long delay of the 25% tariff on both countries, delaying taxes for auto-related imports, as well as goods that comply with the 2020 USMCA agreement until here in early April. Even more tariffs are likely. The president threatening import taxes on products like copper, lumber, pharmaceutical drugs, computer chips. Many countries have promised retaliatory measures, if not already imposed on them, like Canada. Trump said he's not going to negotiate with other countries on Wednesday's tariffs until after they're imposed. He has said his 25% taxes on auto imports are going to be permanent. As I said, a lot of discussion. Tariffs is going to be a big topic this week. All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll talk about that in a second, the tariff situation. But, I want to finish talking about the immigration deal right quick. Yeah, Steve, Trump, in 3 short months, he got the border locked down so damn tight that the immigrants, they've already called back to their families in South America. So don't even waste your time trying to come to the U.S. because it ain't happening. You're not getting in. And if you do happen to get in, you're gonna be kicked right back out. They telling them don't even find. I even seen something today, Steve, where these immigrants are even talking about going to another damn country. They talking about going to other countries because they realize that the U.S. is on lockdown the way it should be. Everybody has a right to come to the U.S., but you have to come in the right way, in the legal way, my man. So if you don't want to do that, you're not welcome. And anyway, they had 4 years to get in, Steve. The border was wide open for 4 years. If they didn't get in that amount of time, it's their own damn fault, the way I look at it, because they had plenty of opportunity to get in over the last 4 years, thanks to Joe Biden. And by the way, you notice you haven't seen or heard from Biden since he left the White House, and that's exactly the way it should be, Steve. Biden should never show his face again ever in America, as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't have a president for the last 4 years in America. Well, you call it what you want to call it, but he wasn't no president, so he don't exist to me as far as I'm concerned, because he was one step away from ruining America, one step away from getting back in the White House, and that would have been the U.S. would have been done if Kamala Harris or him would have got in. Because I can guarantee you, like I told you about a month, 3 months ago, Steve, you and I both know, if Kamala Harris would have won that election, you know damn well that border would be wide open right now, and money and all kind of Social Security money and any other money, credit cards, telephones, the whole deal would have been going to illegal immigrants. Kamala wouldn't have done a damn thing to stop what was happening for the last 4 years. So it just amazes me when I hear these people on television, especially this loudmouth. I'm ashamed to even claim her to be from my state, Steve. She's a bigger embarrassment than this other idiot that flaps her mouth. And that AOC is this Crockett piece of garbage that comes from Texas. Her and Al Green, both of them are outcasts in Texas. As far as I always say, kick them out of Texas. Greg Abbott, get them the hell out of Texas, send them somewhere else. But we don't want them no more. They're an embarrassment. This Crockett, every time she opens her mouth, she says something stupid. Then she had the nerve to insult Greg Abbott last year. A man that's in a wheelchair, Steve, a man that's handicapped, and she had the nerve to call the man Hot Wheels, talking about the man because the man in a wheelchair. Show you how classless this individual is. She's pure garbage, and hopefully they'll vote her out and get her the hell out of Washington, D.C., and because she doesn't belong there. She's nothing but a big loudmouth. So if she thinks that, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, if she thinks that she's the top runner for the Democratic Party for 2028, well, good luck, my man, because that'll be a runaway win for any Republican that decides to get in the game in 2028. If she's the best thing that they got to offer for 28, it'll be no problem winning the election again. She's a joke and she's an embarrassment. She makes me sick, as a matter of fact. Now, and one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, before I hang up with you, is this other situation with what you was talking about with the tariffs. Now, we'll see what happens on Wednesday when Trump claims that he's going to take changes. He's going to stop these people from ripping us off that's been doing it for years. Canada, Mexico, and China, and all these other countries. I'm going to hold my thoughts on that until on Wednesday night when I call in after he says what the hell he's going to do. Nobody knows what he's going to do, so we can't really say right now. But either way, like I said, he's doing what needs to be done, and we might have some bad effects for a while. But I believe that in the long run, we've already seen businesses coming back to America. I believe when it's all said and done, a lot of these businesses that are operating in other countries, Steve, are going to have cutbacks in those countries, and they're going to try to get back to the U.S. because ain't no way in hell they want to pay 25% to ship one of their damn cars to the United States. So we'll see what happens. You know, I hold my comments until Wednesday night on that situation, and I thank you for taking my call.
Indeed, it'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds. But, yeah, that'll all be kicking in on Wednesday. I think I saw a blurb where, you know, the uncertainty about the impact of tariffs. Gold has been rising. Gold hit, what was it, $3,128 an ounce yesterday, Monday, $31.28. 844-844-3388 is our number, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, where do we leave off there? You're talking gold prices. How high will gold go? Now, the latest breakdown says while it's impossible to predict the exact price of gold in 2025, most analysts expect it to continue its upward trajectory, potentially reaching 3,000 to 3,300 per troy ounce by the end of the year. Well, like I said, now just yesterday, it hit 31.28, and I just checked. It looks like at this point in time, right now, $3,134 is where it's at. Now, that was yesterday, March 31st. Spot price, $3,134. So, I mean, it's jumping. How high will it go? Some predict it may go to 4,000. Some say, is it possible to hit $5,000? It says it is not impossible. Gold prices would need to climb about 79% higher than the current all-time high. Since gold has already increased in value by more than 860%, over a 54-year span from 1970 to 2024. Now, this is where folks are kind of digging through their old coin collections. You got any gold coins? Yeah, what's the old $20 gold piece worth now? It's a hell of a lot more than $20, right? Welcome back, Knuckle Buster.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Sommers there. Well, let's get a Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Fuel. There's Truck 'em Safe, brother. Well, I got news for all the old-time truckers out there. Things are not going to go back to the way they used to be. Never are going to. And that new FMCSA director, I can guarantee you the ATA and the TCA did not give their endorsement to that man without him saying that I'll agree with what you're pushing there. So, and then, wait a minute, didn't OIDA say they would look forward to working with him?
Working with him?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Well,
I have no idea.
Hoping they can convince him to see the way they see.
Yeah, well, I doubt it. Well, I don't know. Do we need to just bend over, get a cheek in each hand, and spread them? That wouldn't be too good either, would it? Well, y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight products. I think Steve's already got him a red-headed Scottish woman, don't
you? To some extent, yes.
Yeah. I won't tell you what you're going to play this morning. All right, have a good day, Steve.
All right, Knuckle Buster, thank you very much. He did mention there's Truck and Phil. I did get a message from him just a bit ago. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. And, of course, Knuckle Buster. Glad to hear another great truck show in the books. We're at 39. Start things out for warm into 49 today. Fort Wayne. Get her done. Have a great day. From Truck and Phil and Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Sommers. All the listeners out there, hope the show went well. Sounded like it did from the times I was tuned in. Of course, weekend went by way too fast. As always, got the car packed. Coffee is fresh. Let's head in and see what the office brings us today. Everybody enjoy. All right. Yes, 2025. Truck Stop. The website reported in March that broker posted loads on its board reflected a decline in dry van and refrigerated spot rates for 9 of the previous 10 weeks. Only flatbed rates had steadily gained. Refrigerated rates at their lowest point since June of 2020. Now, you think that was in the pandemic era. Yeah, while dry van rates were only a couple of pennies higher. The DAT trend lines showed dry van spot rates falling from a national average of $2.15 a mile in January to just $2.02 in February. And so far, those rates remain below the $2 per mile mark for March. Refrigerated rates have followed a similar trajectory, falling from $2.54 in January, $2.35 in February, and even lower in March. Flatbed rates stagnant at an average of $2.44. Both January and February appear to have increased a little for March by about 8 cents per mile. Truck Stop and DAT Freight Analytics reported rising freight volumes. That, they say, would be a good sign for days ahead. So we'll jump into some of the expectations coming up here from the Cass Freight Index. Shipments showed a seasonally adjusted 4.9% increase in February over January. But even those numbers were down 5.5% from January of a year ago. Where are things headed? First, we got to get a news break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Jim Rinaldi. Rescuers say there were possible survivors in a 30-story building that collapsed in Bangkok when Myanmar earthquake struck Friday. 15 people are estimated to be under the rubble, with some trapped over 20 feet deep and more missing. Military officials in Myanmar, meanwhile, say over 2,900 buildings, 30 roads, and 7 bridges have been destroyed near Mandalay. The Nay Taw and Mandalay International Airports are closed temporarily until further notice. Vice President J.D. Vance says Denmark hasn't done enough to keep the people of Greenland safe from aggressive incursions from Russia and China. Vance spoke Friday at the U.S. Space Force Base in northern Greenland and said America's European allies are not keeping up with other nations like China, and as a result, Greenland is less secure. Vance said, quote, "Our message to Denmark is very simple. You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Power Stroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
were talking last hour about RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Health and Human Services Secretary. First looking to go after the big pharmaceutical companies. That would have a big impact. And that's a multi-billion dollar industry. Yeah, they're going to fight that tooth and nail. Next on his list, if he has his way, the SNAP program, a.k.a. food stamps, will stand for Soda Not Allowed, period, SNAP. Friday, Kennedy brought his Make America Healthy Again campaign to West Virginia with Republican Governor Patrick Morrisey announcing he will be seeking permission from the Department of Agriculture to put soda on the list of items that cannot be bought with food stamps. Taxpayer dollars should be targeted toward nutritious foods, according to Governor Morrisey. Kennedy issued a full-throated request for states to copy the lead of Governor Morrisey. I urge every governor follow West Virginia's lead and submit a waiver to the USDA to remove soda from SNAP. If there's one thing we can agree on, it should be eliminating taxpayer-funded soda subsidies for lower-income kids. I look forward to inviting every governor who submits a waiver to come celebrate with me at the White House this fall. Waging a war on soda is opposed by the director of the Center for Environmental and Society at Washington College. She says controlling how the poor eat is a paternalistic response to a problem that is not based in SNAP recipients' inability to make good decisions about healthy foods. It's the problem of price differential in choosing healthy or junk food. Soda and candy are cheaper and more calorie dense than 100%, say, fruit juices or prebiotic, non-artificially sweetened carbonated beverages, thanks to the price supports and subsidies by the federal government to support the sugar industry. Now, the soda industry, obviously, they were very PO'd about this. According to the senior vice president of the American Beverage Association, what is unhelpful about this whole conversation is that soda is not driving obesity. We've simply become the punching bag. Let's see. Another says a ban on SNAP paying for soda could force shoppers out of the state and lead to store closures. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins is the one who makes the call on SNAP. I look forward to receiving Governor Morrisey's SNAP pilot request and work swiftly to make certain West Virginia is equipped with the technical assistance and expertise to move forward. A senior advisor at the White House said 15 governors are talking with Kennedy about removing soda from the list of products they can purchase with food stamps. We're not saying anyone can't drink Coke. We're just saying no government subsidies to buy Coke. See where that goes. Okay, and what's happening, Plowboy?
Well, thanks again, Steve. I got a problem with that one. Really, I do. What does that remind you of, sir? Just think about it. Last 5 years. Remember some ding-a-ling up there in New York City, I think it was? Banned a big gulp.
Right.
I'm sorry, that's got just kind of...
You can't buy a 40-ounce soda, but you can buy 2 20-ounces. What the hell, right?
Yeah. And as far as that goes, I know with the late wife, Miss Becky, her doctor literally told her she would be better off because we were fighting sugar problems at that time.
with her before the cancer. And he literally told her, drop the diet crap. And that was back when a few of them were starting to come out with, what would you want to say? The retro, remember Pepsi Retro and Mountain Dew Retro and all that, when they were putting the real sugar to them. And actually, I seen her blood sugar go down with that, because we found some Pepsi Retro and ended up, I think Coke was the same way. But thinking about also with Kennedy, what are we going to end up? Did you buy cable for nothing when it was all said and done? Are we going to be back to 5, 4, and 9 and
right
on a TV? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. No Fox News, no, because see, now when you turn on Fox or turn on any of them, you have a fat reducing drill. You got this pill for that. You got this pill for this rash, and on and on and on. And every one of them has got a side effect. I mean, take this, take that, and take this, and but that's why I was coming to think of, and it's not going to be all that bad, because you think of some of these like on like CNN, the billionaire network, in my opinion, how much or what their wages are up in the millions, and what they put out ain't worth the words it's taken to put it out. But I don't know how much. Do you follow much of the overseas, what they're doing? The reason why I'm asking this, have you seen in the UK the Tesla Cybertruck is illegal?
No, really?
Yes, sir. You can look it up. I've seen this. Bull Haller friend and I talking, and he said Cybertruck's illegal because I think he said it was like 200, almost 300 pounds overweight. And see, there's some word that he used that just really got me when he was telling me this. In a crash, they do not fold upright. Now, see, do you want the vehicle that you're riding in to be in a crash and it doesn't fold upright? Because let's go back when that individual blew that pickup up there in Las Vegas. You could never even told anything was really done to it except for bad on the exterior. As far as it was still all left intact. Am I not correct?
Mm-hmm.
But yet they want something to bend up. It just really got me. Plus, looked like they would be all in favor of that too, sir, because it burned electric. Yeah, I said something wrong. But they wanted to go green. Hell, Tesla pickup is the greenest thing I could know of. Yeah, laugh. Because it's coal, electric, whatever you want to say, made by coal. But there was also something I've seen. That little friend of nobody's out of Minnesota made a comment. I seen this, I forget, USA Today or one of them, said she would like to impeach Pete Hegseth and all of them over that, I think it was the Signal phone call or whatever
Signal,
that was.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Now, that's where I kind of grit my teeth thinking about these votes that are going to be going on. If they would take over to the Congress, now which way would they lean? Some liberals would lean right with her because, you know, the old saying, birds of a feather flock together, and they would just encompass that thing. But I don't know. By the way, tell Double R his son was 10 degrees off. I heard Tennessee's going to be 40 degrees, not 30, so don't worry about it freezing to death down there. Oh, that's all I got, sir. Thank you for taking me back, sir.
All right there, Plowboy. Have a great day. I did not realize that. Yes, indeed. It says here the Tesla Cybertruck is illegal to drive on public roads in the UK because it doesn't meet the country's safety standards, particularly when it comes to pedestrian safety and lighting regulations. The Cybertruck's sharp edges and angular design, along with this minimalist lighting setup, fail to meet the European Union pedestrian safety requirements and lighting regulations. That's the UK, EU, both. The Cybertruck's weight could necessitate a special license, Category C1, for most drivers, and the process of importing and registering it is very complex. Tesla has not yet adapted the Cybertruck for the UK and European Union markets. I mean, it cannot be sold or registered for use in those regions. There was actually a Cybertruck recently seized by police in Greater Manchester, UK. It was deemed not road legal. The Cybertruck does not have a certificate of conformity, which is a legal requirement for vehicles to be sold in the UK. I did not realize that. Back to the trucking sector. A Rochester, New York-based truck company owner sentenced to federal prison for 45 months after being convicted of making false statements to the FMCSA. Anatoly Kirik, also known as Tony, was convicted by a jury in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of New York. At trial, it was shown that his actions jeopardized the safety of the nation's highways and roadways from unsafe tractor trailers. According to the U.S. attorney, federal guidelines called for a sentence of 41 to 51 months, but the U.S. attorney's office had requested a sentence of 57 to 71 months. During the nearly 4-week trial, the proof amply proved that the defendant went to extensive lengths to deceive the FMCSA in order to avoid having the conditional safety rating assigned to one of his entities, which was Orange Transportation Services. He didn't want it to carry forward to his new entities, Dallas Logistics. This deceit continued for years, involving numerous trucking businesses owned by the defendant and his families, and ultimately affected the safety of our highways. So he was doing pretty much, what do you call it, the chameleon character thing? You shut one down, and they crop up in a matter of days. Kirik's attorneys had asked for home confinement or probation. He has a long history of integrity, hard work, acts of service to his community. Nonetheless, found guilty on all 7 counts. Now, the deceit that Kirik was charged with had at its center the FMCSA form OP1 that requires a long list of basic information, including the carrier's compliance with DOT safety regulations. It also requires the carrier submitting the OP1 to list relations with any past or reincarnated carriers that share common ownership, common management, common control, or common financial relationship. Federal law, as the indictment said, prohibits 2 or more motor carriers from having those overlapping features. So according to the indictment, they conducted a compliance review of Dallas Logistics way back in April of 2016. During the review, a company official identified only as JZ said Dallas Logistics was based in Dallas and was not affiliated in the prior 3 years with any other carriers regulated by the FMCSA. But they said they discovered during the review Dallas Logistics was based in Rochester. The reason stated by the company in a letter from an executive was related to family health issues, stating that the relocation from Rochester to Dallas. That statement, though, was materially false, part of an orchestrated effort to conceal the fact that Anatoly Kirk was the true owner of Dallas Logistics, and it was an affiliated reincarnation of Orange Transportation. Of course, the FMCSA had a negative safety rating on Orange. An interview by the Inspector General with Zambito revealed that he was just the paper president of Dallas Logistics, that the letter from AB about the purported health issues of his parents was a lie. Follow-up interview revealed that Couric controlled both Dallas Logistics and Orange Transportation, both operated out of Rochester. The attorney's office in their pre-sentencing memo was unsparing in their criticism, accusing him of obstructive conduct. And that's the kind of thing that happens all the time out there on the highways. Reincarnated carriers. Meanwhile, you had the state of Florida said they're looking to be the #1 state in helping the Trump administration arrest illegals. Barely 20 minutes in their shift with Operation Stone Garden. I guess this was last week. Deputies with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office called for the awaiting U.S. Border Patrol agents to come to their traffic stop to confirm they had encountered an illegal immigrant. Operation Stone Garden has been an ongoing program that allows local law enforcement to work with federal immigration agencies to find and arrest illegals. With the new laws on the books, sheriff's offices around the state are taking full advantage of Republican Governor DeSantis' call for Florida to be the #1 partner with the Trump administration in cracking down on illegals. In stark contrast to the previous administration, Border Patrol made it clear that while agents would like to take in illegal aliens with criminal histories first, due to capacity issues, anyone who's not authorized to be in the U.S. could be arrested. Brevard Sheriff's deputies pulled over a landscaping truck for traffic violations. After deputies asked for identification, 3 people provided valid work permits. One Mexican national provided only his Mexican voter ID card. When agents arrived and talked to him, he admitted to being in the U.S. illegally. Just like that, he was taken into custody. Almost 20 minutes later, deputies pulled over another work truck. Traffic violations. This time, they discovered that all 4 occupants in the truck were illegal aliens. One had a criminal record. Another, when asked for identification, provided his warrant for deportation. Everyone in the truck was taken into federal custody. Tow truck had to be called in for the work truck since there was no one left to drive it. In another case, a Colombian national who did not have a valid driver's license and had overstayed his visa was taken into custody. So Border Patrol did not reach its limit for the day. Agents were looking to fill the van they had brought. Once it was full, the operation would be over for that particular day. Even though the sheriff's office took the Colombian into custody, Border Patrol was able to put a detainer on him. And since Florida does not have sanctuary counties or cities, Brevard County said they will honor that detainer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docks cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SOMMERS10. Docks Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
All right, kind of headed down the home stretch here on a Taco Tuesday. And good morning to Billy. Billy, morning, Steve, and the overnight folks. Happy Taco Tuesday, 66 degrees in Wilson, North Carolina. Looks like he's headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then down to Hope Mills. Everybody have a great day. Gary, been chatting with some of our friends out there. 37 degrees here in Southwest Ohio. That's exactly what I'm seeing outside the secret bunker, which feels mighty chilly after we were in the 70s and close to 80. Pretty much late last week and right through the weekend. Hello to 057 checking in this morning. Now there's Bob in Michigan. And hey, it was good to meet the three fat truckers there at the Mid-America Truck Show. If you want to go back and listen to the podcast, the replay, they were actually what interview time was that? Yeah, first or second hour there. I think it might have been the first hour, 10:20 or something like, wasn't it? They had the three fat truckers in our little booth. And it's three fat truckers and one blonde chick. They said they needed some eye candy to draw. You know, you old truck drivers out there, you know how they are. But hey, it was great to meet you guys. That was an awesome interview. And so back, he said, good morning, sir. Great show. Yeah, back to work we go. You'll find them on all the podcasts out there, kind of like you can listen to our replays on the podcast. Of course, you got to catch. If you want to catch it live, it's going to be on the app, YouTube, Facebook, Rumble. All right. So, meanwhile, we had one final footnote. I guess a Tuesday. Our next big storm system, right on the heels of a severe weather weekend, begins to come together later today out in the central portions of the country. Yeah, more and more of the weather prognosticators are really concerned about Wednesday of this week. Could be a very, very interesting, ugly day. Lots of a tornado outbreak, tornado swarms they're referencing. We'll have all the latest details when we come back at the midnight hour tonight Eastern Time for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.